I call it the wheel.
Hanging out with some of the honor.
I'm Gold Dar Hood, and I
hanging out with some of the honor students before Babcock. I'm a junior year college student. My major is cybersecurity.
I'm Gold Dar Hood, and I went to the Dean of the Honors College and said, my feet.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, welcome. Thank you for being with us. If we have any candidates who did not get your headshot taken with Nathan, raise your hand. Please do that now. And then I'm just going to wait for everyone to get settled and we'll get started. Yeah. I'm also going to switch the power. Okay. For high tech now, and it's not necessarily intuitive. Yeah, so this is it, Dr. Kelly. See, this is the run of this. This is what she's really doing this. Okay. Are you comfortable with me taking my mask off right by you? Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hi, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being with us today. I am thrilled that the weather is nice. Who's with me? Oh my goodness, what a roller coaster it's been, right? Well, welcome to selection weekend for the UTSA Top Scholar program. What I want to do now is just introduce a couple of folks, go through a quick run through of what to expect throughout the rest of the afternoon and the evening, okay? So, introductions. This gentleman right here, Dr. Sean Kelly, is the Dean of the Honors College, and the Top Scholar program is in the Honors College. Our Associate Dean you'll meet later this evening as well. We also have our Assistant Dean, one of our Assistant Deans with us, Lydia Bueno, so you're going to also hear from her. But this is kind of we're the ones if there's a problem, right? That it kind of filters up to, but it's not a single person show by any stretch. We are housed in the Honors College, and this whole team here, you're going to meet many of them this evening, is here to support you. And that's a theme you're going to hear a lot over the next several days is that we are truly a team, and we are a whole host of folks to help you with any number of things that you might encounter once you're both on campus as well as your process of getting here. This is Miss Melissa Foster. Many of you met her out at the table. I'm sure she's still out there, but she is the administrative associate that works with our program. And so I cannot say thank you enough to her and our student assistants who really keep us going on the day-to-day as well. Our program partners are very important. So you're going to hear from Ms. Luisa Ramos and Dr. Ana Rodriguez from the admissions office. And some of you may have worked with them as you went through the process of applying for our university. So we are very thrilled to always have them with us here. And now the stars of the show, our students. So I'm going to ask you to wave when you appear on screen. These are our seniors, a very, very serious group. We are missing a couple this evening because we had some early graduates. We have some students that are in DC as well as in Urbino, Italy. But do get to know them. These are the folks who make the program what it is. And our third year students, so if you're a third year student, wave. And you can see up here, do take a look at the majors if there's someone you want to connect with. More of our third year scholars, our second year scholars, wave, our sophomores, there they are. And our first year students. There they are, right? High kicks and all. She is maybe, I don't know if she's dressed appropriately to do that kind of kick this evening. But again, you can see a very serious bunch here. So what can you expect? We have some general information sessions that are going to happen now and our welcome. We hope you got a chance to have a cookie and a drink. We're going to give you one more chance for that because some of you may have been too nervous to have a cookie earlier. And then you're going to hear more specifically a lot more from our scholars, from Dr. Kelly and myself. And then we're going to have dinner. And we have our faculty joining us, our senior administrators from the university. There will be one session where we separate you. And so that's really just to give an opportunity so that students can ask any question they want. And so that parents can ask the questions that embarrass their students too. Or not parents, but our guests, right? Because we have a lot of guests here who aren't parents, right? I think we have some aunts and uncles and grandparents, family, friends. So all of you will have an opportunity to engage on the level that you're most comfortable engaging on, right? Tomorrow and Tuesday is for our candidates only. So family members and guests, we know that you would love to be able to sit in on that interview and give some extra tips and pointers, but that is not a possibility. So there are a host of things to do around the area. We encourage you to do that. Go visit our Welcome Center on campus if you'd like, but let's let the candidates have their day on campus just for the candidates on Monday or Tuesday. And inside your folder is where you will find that individual schedule. It is very personalized and individualized. So, you may have a different show time than the person sitting next to you. That is on purpose because you're probably meeting with a different faculty member. You may be visiting a different class, so on and so forth, okay? All right, very, very important housekeeping stuff for you. How do you get out of the garage? Right? So in the back of each candidate's name tag, there is a validation it looks like a business card. What you're going to do when you get back to the garage are these stations that look just like this, right over Dr. Kelly's head there, that you can see. And you're going to insert the little ticket that you got when you came in the garage. Then you're going to scan the barcode, and that ticket's going to pop back out. You take that ticket with you, and you put it into the little slot by the gate as you're leaving. Up it'll pop, all paid for, and you're good to go. All right. Your absence letters from school will be given to you when you check out on Monday or Tuesday. If anyone did not complete the paperwork that we emailed to you, please make sure you complete that, okay? So we need to have your photo release. We need to have that indemnification form because you're going to be on campus as a guest, okay? On the back of your name tag, you will all see a little number. Everybody want to check it out? Make sure you got one there. That is your table number when you go in for dinner. And again, so that our candidates and guests of our candidates can ask questions that are really, again, more appropriate for whatever level you might have, you're going to sit at a separate table, okay? All the same room though, right? So it's not a mistake when you look at your name tags and say, wait, I'm at table 13 and my kiddo's at table 11. That's as it should be. Okay. And then at the end of the evening as well, we will escort you back to the garage because we understand when you got over here, it's nice, bright, and you're nervous. And going back, it's going to be dark and a little bit colder and it's all going to look different. So we're going to help you get there this evening as well. Okay. And so last but not least, if I can make this happen, I want to give you just a little bit of a taste. Can someone help me? My apologies. Did it come up? No. So we have not been in person for quite some time. And while we were out with COVID, all of these rooms got a complete upgrade. See, maybe if I can make it work.
Someone who's younger than us, what are we doing wrong?
Or can we, one of our handy dandy scholars, go get our tech support?
I was like, I know they're cringy saying, hit the button, just hit the button.
Yeah. All right, now where's the thing? Oops. Somebody start singing the Jeopardy theme song. I got nothing, Christy. Why is it?
Yes. We have though A/B tests. No, they're not here.
I won't let me copy it. Yeah. Oh, yes. Is it unlisted? No. It's not unlisted, you can just press this. Well, which one was it? I don't even know. Where is it? I think it's the wrong card.
Okay, you know what? That's okay.
I think it might be unlisted and you're not logged into it.
It's not, no, it's not unlisted, I guarantee.
My bad.
Because we have used it lots. You want to try? This is our electrical engineer.
Oh no, I thought we had a mouse. It's okay.
Oh, no.
There we go.
While we wait, what's the farthest place someone is coming from today? I know we played that game before. Who have been trying the longest amount of hours? Raise your hand if you're 5 or more. I think we got a winner.
So I've got my essay written, and I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm going to show you how I use Grammarly to edit. Okay, so here's my essay, and I'm going to click through Grammarly suggestions.
Where are you from?
Award winner.
It'll be worth the wait. It'll be worth the wait. Okay.
Talented, exceptional servant leaders. The Honors College at UTSA houses two premier scholarship programs, the Top Scholars and the Terry Scholars. In addition to receiving scholarship aid, students engage in community, mentorship, and professional personal development. As a prospective student, this could be you.
The transition to college can be a little stressful at times. Here's where it's very beneficial to be a UTSA scholar. As a scholar, you have access to your program coordinators. And these coordinators are there to help you from everything from academics and research to professional development and finding mentors. They can even help you with personal matters, stressful situations, and achieving your goals. Another thing about being a scholar is access to the Honors College, which you can use for anything you need, including their staff, faculty, events, and programming.
As a UTSA scholar, there are many different fun activities that you can partake in. For example, the Terry Scholars and the Top Scholar student organizations both have lots of events that help bring students together and network. Within these organizations, each do service, socials, and fundraisers, amongst many other things. For examples for service events, oftentimes students will go and volunteer at places like the Food Bank or Haven for Hope, or even do donation drives. For our socials, we have lots of fun activities such as the Rice Festival, outings to the football games, as well as holiday gatherings.
Academics are a focal point of our programs here at UTSA. While we help you find your passion, we also prepare you to apply to prestigious scholarships and programs around the world. You will have access to our Director of Nationally Competitive Awards and Fellowships and many other research programs here at UTSA. We strive to make you the best in your career. On top of all that, you will have many benefits, such as priority registration. This means that you will be amongst the first students to pick your classes each semester. You will also live in community with your peers within honors housing. Another benefit of being a UTSA scholar is that you will have access to individual mentors. These are just a couple of benefits of being a UTSA scholar. Here are a couple of my peers.
Hi, my name is Trey Balson. I studied abroad in Ireland in spring 2018.
Hi, my name is Arley Games Luna. I'm a part of the 2018 Terry Scholar Cohort. In the spring of 2019, I went to Stanford to participate in so many conferences as an IES fellow, and I also presented my research on unaccompanied minors.
Hi, my name is Edward Garza, and I'm a part of the class of 2021 Top Scholars. In the fall and spring of 2018, I was able to shadow the San Antonio Spurs team positions and learn about the field of sports medicine.
Hi, my name is Amber Chen, and I'm part of the Top Scholar class of 2021. This past summer, I spent about 3 months in Germany participating in a social psychology internship.
Hello, my name is Natalie Barra. I'm part of the fall 2015 Terry cohort, and I'm currently in the Masters of Arts in Communication program at UTSA.
I'm Cameron, and I'm a software engineer at Google. I've been working on data pipelines and deep neural networks to process and understand speech data.
To be one of our scholars, you must first be accepted to UTSA. For further eligibility requirements, please visit our website at honors.utsa.edu.
Do you know what I see here? I see every single house wasting money. Why? Because there's a brand new stimulus program.
Oops. Okay, so thank you all so much for being here. We are going to move into now learning some more about the university and what being a part of the honors college is. So it is my pleasure to ask Miss Luisa Ramirez. I'm calling you that. I think I called you Ramirez a couple of times. So she's going to talk to you about the university as a whole. And Dr. Kelly, we're good to go? No, you can.
All right, so bear with me as I switch this off real quick and switch out presentations. All right, everyone, welcome. I'm excited to see your faces and to be very excited that, that your students are here. So round of applause to all of you. So Again, as I mentioned, welcome. My name is Luisa Ramirez. I'm the Interim Associate Director for our Freshman and International Recruitment. I am an alum of UTSA. This is my quinceañera year. I've been here 15 years. And I'm going on to my Sweet 16. So. Yeah, so I'm gonna kick things off with a video, but I really, I'm gonna talk to you about the things that you can do at UTSA and, you know, the opportunities that await for you here. So let's kick things off. Before I do that, let me lower down the volume because my video is gonna be a little bit more robust, I think. Okay. That gives you a snapshot of what we have to offer in student life. You saw on the academic side what we have in accomplishments, and then also now what we have on the student life side and all the fun that the students get. So a little bit about the university. Right now we're in the main campus. We have several campuses. We also have our downtown campus, and some of our programs are housed there. So I didn't even ask, can y'all hear me? Okay. And then we have Park West, which is a practice facility for our student athletes that are in soccer and a few other sports. And then we have Hemisphere Park, which is the Institute of Texts and Cultures. It's a Smithsonian affiliated museum, no actual classes taken there. It's a state museum, lots of cool things to check out there. So a little bit about the city of San Antonio, especially if you're not from here, it's good to know. We are the 7th largest city in the nation and the 2nd largest in the state of Texas. So there's always something to do. Lots of events, awesome food, Tex-Mex food that you'll find. I know a lot of the great spots. And then there's always, like I mentioned, something to discover while you're here. And a lot of great things that happen in San Antonio. So we do have free transportation that's offered for our students throughout the entire city of San Antonio, along with our staff and faculty. All they do is show their ID. I personally took the VIA bus when I was a student to commute from the main to the downtown campus, because I hate to drive in the rain, but it does have Wi-Fi, so it gave me the extra like 20 minutes of commute to finish up any last minute projects. Notable sites. So if you haven't been on campus, or if you have, you might notice some of these. But if you haven't, maybe you'll discover these. The Labyrinth Gateway and the Milagros Hearts are actually just unique to the downtown campus. But one of my personal favorites is the Fountain of Luck, which you probably saw in some of the videos. Legend has it students touch the wall for good luck on finals. But if you touch it any other time of the year, it's bad luck. So you're gonna have to do that. So at a glance, UTSA is 52 years young. It's remarkable what we've been able to accomplish in such a short time frame. We were established in 1969. We do have over 34,000 students on campus and offer 165 degrees from our undergraduate and graduate programs. Almost half of our student population are first-generation college students. That was me also back in my day. And then you can see some of our other recognitions. We do have many accolades. So for example, the Seal of Excelencia, that's for advancing Latino student success that we've been nationally recognized for. Gold Water Scholar, which you saw in the video. So we actually were the only school in Texas that had 4 Gold Water recipients, and so that just goes to show to their academic success. And if you don't know, now you'll know that UTSA is actually recognized as a Tier 1. So we're one of 20 institutions that is a Hispanic serving institution that's a Tier 1. So that's amazing. really propels us in research excellence. And you can see that our alumni is all across the nation. We have over 138,000, the majority in Texas, but you can see that we're pretty much widespread. I was actually in Seattle for a conference in September, and my boss here in the back will remember we were like just, walking super fast trying to get something to eat. And it was during football season, and some man just like pops out of a restaurant and was like, "Great time!" And he had an awesome record. So he's along. Who knew? So what's new happening at UTSA? So we do have a merger where we combine our programs for the Bachelor of Fine Arts with this Southwest School of Arts. And so this allows us to offer a more robust program for our students in the arts. We also have the Cleese College of Engineering and Integrated Design. This brings in our College of Engineering, College of Architecture, Construction and Planning together. And this is also our second main college that we have at the university. Some of this you might know because maybe you did your research, but I'm still highlighting some of these. Carlos Alvarez College of Business is our first main college, also one of the top 5 undergraduate programs that we offer for business schools here in Texas, according to Bloomsburg Business Week. So a lot of great things to be excited for. We also have the College of Health, Community, and Policy. And this is a newly designed college that formulated in January 2020. And it really prepares our students to offer modern health, sorry, I kind of blanked out, wellness offerings for our students in our community. We also have the Science and Engineering building. This is really new. It opened this past fall semester, offers state-of-the-art cutting-edge laboratories for our students. Really exciting program and facilities that are out there. If you haven't been, and this is kind of your area of what you're majoring in, definitely go check it out. We also have a new athletic facility. This opened this past semester. It's the Race Center, which is the Roadrunner Athletic Center of Excellence. Amazing things that our student athletes are doing. Got to take a tour this past December, and that weight room that you see in that top picture, the student athletes actually have an iPad that they kind of like your pop sockets that you put on your phone, but they get to put it on their weights. They do their workout. All their analysis gets sent straight to their trainers automatically. So they're all in specific regimens. Really nice things. And then also Gatorade on dispensers, just amazing things they have. That was where my focus was. We also have Guadalupe Hall. This is the first honored residential housing that we have. It's really exciting. So if you haven't been, definitely something to check out. Really nice facilities. And then the School of Data Science. This is set to open this coming spring. And it's going to be our future home for computer science, data science, our #1 ranked program, cybersecurity, and then a few other programs. And so the facility looks really, really nice. Actually, it looks just like that image. I know they're still working on some things, but it's really nice to see that it's in the center of the heart of San Antonio. Also, our JPL, which is our John Peace Library. Probably most of you will be here for throughout the night, but through inspiration of our collaborative works that our employers use, like at Google and Geekdom and Facebook, they're renovating, or they have renovated most of the library to replicate that. So your study groups, you'll have that facility for you already. Really nice. Kind of jealous of that student. So areas of study, just wanted to kind of just mention this on here, but you saw all of this when you were applying to UTSA. Hopefully you got to explore. And then you could also see that we had some minors and certificates if you ever wanted to pair that up with some of the majors. We also have our online programs where we have 3 different degrees and then also a certificate program. And then professional pathways for any of you that are looking to go into, furthering on, whether that be health professions, if you're looking to go into law school, maybe you want to be in the classroom, or you're looking to be a commissioned military officer. So joint programs that we have with UT Health in San Antonio, these are some of the top special programs that we have. So our health professions office offers that advising for our students, along with the additional support from Honors College and Top Scholar and Terry Scholars. Experiential learning, this is really, really important for our students. want to make sure that you are ready for that next step after college, right? When you're going out into the workplace. So participating in study abroad, and we do have a classroom to career initiative for our students. We want to make sure that you are ready to go and fulfill, you get what you need from it. Also, VizLab, this is an amazing facility to check out. And so our students are able to use this for research and kind of simulations when they're using this for them and faculty for different students. Really nice to see. It's kind of overwhelming. It was for me at least, but it's really nice, a nice place to check out. Also, we have a large scale testing facility for our engineers that they get to utilize. And then the maker space. So this is also in that science and engineering building, that new building that just opened last semester. They're really creating some new and awesome things, and I'm hoping that I get to take a private tour and actually get to do something so I can give real life experience. So let's talk a little bit about support that you'll have while you're here on campus. Besides the awesome faculty from Top Scholar and our Special Scholars programs and Honors College, we are inclusive because this is one of our core values at UTSA. We want to provide that safe space for our students. So first generation students, we have a First to Go and Graduate Center. We have the Dreamers Resource Center, and we just have a lot more other services available. Being safe is really, really important. We are recognized as the second safest campus in Texas. And so you'll find these blue phones throughout campus. There's one about a mile apart from each other, so you'll see them throughout the different campuses. But you can just push the button and it'll connect you with UTSA PD if you should ever need, like, maybe a police escort to your car, or maybe you want a police escort to your dorm. Especially because in the fall, it gets dark earlier, so that's something you can use. We also have the LiveSafe app. That's really important. It tracks your little avatar from point A to B. I travel a lot for work, so I use that and I send all my locations to my husband so he can make sure that I got to the car or wherever I'm going. And then, we want to make sure that our students are being healthy physically and mentally, so we have all these services available. So let's talk about some of the student experiences. For those of you that love to go and support athletics, you're always welcome to support our road runners. And so we are in Conference USA right now, but we're transitioning into the American Athletic Conference. We have 17 athletic teams and we're a Division I school. And so our football team did really awesome this past season. And then the other sports are always doing really, really well. I actually got to see a celebrity when I went to the basketball game. I probably reached him right here. He was one of the Spurs players. I tried tiptoeing, it didn't make a difference. But if you ever want to see a picture, I got it. Study abroad. These are some of the countries that you can go out to. And I know in Honors College and then throughout Top Scholar, this is going to be one of those things that you will probably participate in. Like 95% sure that you go to. Signature events that we have on campus. So Midnight Light is one of my most favorite events to participate in. That's a kickoff celebration the day before school starts, and it's to welcome the new road runners. And so it's a countdown to midnight. You're getting to meet like the new band, the marching band members, and just a lot of hype. And again, to welcome you, to feel a little bit more welcomed and better as you start the semester. Campus recreation for those that want to stay fit, or maybe this is kind of what you're studying and you're wanting to go into nutrition. You can see that we have a lot of opportunities to go ahead and do that. Just a show of hands, how many of y'all know how to cook? I asked this because we have a demo kitchen in here in the second floor. So, Mom, Dad, y'all saw that. If you don't know how to cook, the demo kitchen will show you how to cook in a healthy way. And so the kitchen is set up as a competition kitchen style. We actually did this as a staff retreat where we competed with each other. But it's a really nice place and it's free. You just sign up and go take advantage of it. Fiesta. How many of you have heard of Fiesta San Antonio? The whole of y'all? Okay, the majority of y'all? All right. So this tradition, this celebration is over 130 years old. Throughout the city of San Antonio, we're celebrating the culture and the diversity of the city. UTSA has one of the first hip-hop events, Fiesta Solía,
see that our students here have ways of memorabilia medals that they collect. I personally have like a own stash of a whole bunch of medals over the years. But you get to collect from all the different events that you're attending, whether that was a parade, a concert, a food festival. There's always something here. Student organizations. This is going to be something that you will most likely participate in. Sorry. It's been a while since I've done a long presentation. Okay, so we have over 430 student organizations on campus. There's some that are professional based, there's some that are religious and faith groups, there's others that are cultural, intramural sports, so you can kind of join anything that you want. And I know that, we have Guadalupe Hall for our residential who are honors college. But living on campus, you get to enjoy all the food. Who are my foodies? Don't be shy. So we have lots of restaurants on here, on campus that you get to enjoy. The great thing is when you're selecting your meal plan, it'll be part of the Roadrunner Cafe, which is our cafeteria. Plus, you can select like meal swaps or something else that can go into these restaurants. So these are some of the other pictures that you can see. And we also have a food truck on campus where they have a rotating menu. Some of the things that you can do off UTSA within a couple mile radius. If, I don't know, maybe you won't be able to go too far, but you want to go check out a movie or you want to go to an amusement park or go shopping, you could very well do that. And so, just in case you ever need a friendly face, someone to talk to, or you need additional help, if you can't get a hold of someone, we do have additional virtual events. If you need a refresher as to what the campus looks like, or maybe you want to sit in a session, you can very well do that. We also have the Welcome Center where you can take another tour if you need to. And then if you need to find your admissions counselor, which is going to be Victoria Stevens, you can go to our website, go under contact, and you will find your admissions counselor. So let me just introduce you to some of the folks that go out to the high schools. These are our San Antonio admission counselors. And this is all the regional staff. There I am, at the very top. I actually live in the Rio Grande Valley, so I don't live in San Antonio, but I do come up often. And then this is who Victoria is. This is going to be your admissions counselor if you should ever have questions about it. More than likely, Christy will take care of it, but just in case. But thank you very much for sitting through the session. Any questions? I'm sorry, I forgot to ask.
Thank you. No? Thank you. And Dr. Rodriguez, anything at all to add about just general UTSA? Since you're here, I'm going to take gross advantage of that fact.
I have been lucky to bleed orange and blue all of my adult life. I am a three-time alumni from UTSA, so if that tells you anything about the community feeling of the university. I came in as a first gen from a small town of 800 from far west Texas that they pretty much think is New Mexico, but I will say my time here at UTSA has been phenomenal, both as a student and as a staff member. And I will say for those of you that are here today, congratulations, because this is a really awesome opportunity. This is something that, as a student myself, was something that I wish was available to me. But this is now something that you all should take advantage of. For parents, this is an awesome experience. Make sure that you make this a core memory for you and your students, because this is going to be one of those once in a lifetime opportunities that they get to really enhance their academic experience as well as into their career opportunities. So we hope that you guys enjoy your time here. If you guys have any questions, please feel free to reach out to any one of us, because we love to share about our experiences at UTSA, all the wonderful faculty and staff that have supported us as students and through as staff members. And I will promise you, each person in here will do the same and support you through your whole academic career. So congratulations, and give your students a round of applause again.
And now it is my pleasure to introduce our Assistant Dean for Strategic Enrollment and Student Life, Lydia Bueno. And so please
thank you,
give her your attention. I think Dr. Kelly's going to be in the room in case there are other questions.
So I'm going to ask Dr. Kelly, we're going to actually co-present this. He didn't know that. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a comedy show because he absolutely hates slides. So I'm going to ask him to do a brief introduction of himself and of the Honors College, and then we'll jump into some slide deck presentation.
Hi, everybody. Again, I'm Sean Kelly, Dean of the Honors College and Professor of Philosophy here at UTSA. Welcome tonight. We're really thrilled to host you. At any time throughout the evening, if you have questions that you need answered, feel free to approach me, Lydia, as everybody said. I can tell you a little bit about me. I grew up on the border, albeit the Canadian border. I live in the third closest house to Niagara Falls. I could walk like a cat out to St. Falls. I'm a diehard Buffalo Bills fan. So if you are a Chiefs fan, don't bring it up at dinner. This is a really bittersweet day for me. I got to admit, and I haven't shared this with anyone. I broke a streak, right? This is the first high that I've worn the whole pandemic. It's the longest I've been without a tie on since I was 6 years old. So I thought I'm going to hit that one, but I'll be glad your ties. The Honors College. I've been in honors education for now over 15 years. And I love it. I think it's great working with top achieving students. When I got into the game, I, of course, had no idea what honors was, right? You get a PhD in comparative literature, you think you're writing about some kind of theory and all this stuff, and then all of a sudden someone says, hey, will you do this for us? And you do it. I love it. And so we did focus groups. And we found some real interesting things. We did in Tampa, Miami, or some story. And we took people like yourselves, young folks, what do you want to look like when you're in college? And they told us all the things you'd expect. They want to be doctors, probably heard that from me too many times in fact. Lawyers, engineers, they wanted to work for Google, they wanted to go work on Wall Street. We got a ton of really great answers. They also got some good information. They didn't say, I want to get a scholarship to medical school. They didn't say, I want to get a full funding for my PhD. Lydia mentioned the Goldwater Scholarship. Dude, the Goldwater Scholarship, that was no small thing. By the way, that's for the best scientists in the country in their sophomore and junior years. Universities can only put up 5 from the university. So we put up 5. We got 4. No other Texas institution got more than 2. And the only people that got 5 were Stanford and Caltech. So yes, you know, and we just have to teach admissions how to talk. But we didn't hear students saying, I want a Goldwater. What did I just tell you about the Goldwater? In their sophomore and junior year. So anybody who's coming to college and wants a Goldwater, when are you going to find out about it? You got to find out about that the first day you're here in order to have the research experience you need by your sophomore and junior year because you're going to have to be published. Right? And so what I thought was, honors classes are nice. Why think of graduating from honors as being tied only to courses? Right? It's wonderful if you're an accountant to be able to take accounting 1, and we offer that in smaller and be in there, and that's great. But I'd much rather have you be doing an internship in an accounting firm. Right? What we found after those focus groups, we went back and got the resumes of the people, or resumes that looked like the people that those students told us to be, and we did find a common denominator. And it was not that they were honors college students. It wasn't even that they had good grades necessarily. They had what we call here spices. That's our effort. And what spices are for us are signature experiences in service, professional development and intellectual achievement, cultural exploration, engaged in your own lifestyle, and skills. So what we've done here is we went ahead and just built an experiential curriculum. You can take honors classes, super cool, and they can count towards your graduating. Or you can get out of your honors courses. If you don't want to take them, by doing an internship, by studying abroad, we want to have on your resume 6 to 10, in the case of probably in this room, 15 signature experiences for you. And you may be sitting there and saying, service, why service? My neighbor just got an NSF award, which is National Science Foundation Granted Research Fellowship. She's a bioengineer. She was at honors college. She must be second. She did not get nominated for a gold medal. Right? She did not make our cut. She was the next one up. But she got a $135,000 scholarship to go to study bioengineering at UT Austin for her PhD. UT, in order to recruit her there, topped her off with an extra 70,000. Right? And that was not because Kennedy was sitting around taking like more AP-ish courses. It was because Kennedy was doing research in cancer laboratory at UT Health. She was doing research here. She hiked every single one of Texas's state parks. Right? And what I finally say, and this is whether you come here, but this is what I finally say about her, just follow the advice, right? When someone said, hey, you know what? You want to get from here to there? Be here. And that's really what we do. I'm going to end.
Okay, no, you're fine.
We're coaches. That's what we are. We are a lot more like athletics than we're like the biology department or the English department. We recruit top talent. We give out a lot of scholarships. In fact, we give out way more than athletics. We get students here. We develop you. We develop you to perform at a level where you can be competitive nationally. And the reason we want you competitive nationally is because it's going to give you choices. Right? You can say, I don't want to go to University of Pennsylvania. Or you can even say this. We have a student, Delaney. She's amazing. Born in Sudan, failing state. Moves to Jordan with her mother and her sister. The state fails on them there. Becomes a refugee in Indonesia with her mother and her sister, but they don't let her attend school for 4 years because she's born. Finally, gets to Texas, right at the beginning of her freshman year of high school, not speaking a single word of English. Graduated with a 3.9 GPA. So I wonder if that professor was, right? And then you had to put her under a board scholarship. You know what she said? I've seen enough of the world. I want to stay here with them. And she is now studying medicine at the Mayo Clinic up in Minneapolis. But the reason that I bring her story up, wouldn't it be nice to turn down the opportunity to be a university's representative for a Rhodes Scholarship? To have the agency to do that, to have the ability to do that, she's got to make choices. And we coach you, and we use this word in a very specific manner. We coach students to perform, and what perform means is it does not mean meeting our expectations, your friends and family's expectations. It means exceeding your own. We want to put you in positions where you say, I didn't think I could do that. I can't believe I got to do that. I never, ever thought that they would accept me for this. Or, when I was a freshman and you showed me about that, I thought you were weird. But now I understand, right? So this is what we want to do. UTSA is a great university. I gotta say, it's just wonderful. It's very, very diverse. We work with Google on a grant. You run this grant with Google. They reached out to us. Employers are looking at HSIs in different ways. They're hunting us down because they know that if they come here and recruit a graduate from here, that's someone who is able to succeed in an incredibly diverse environment. We are in San Antonio, the future of the face of America. and UTSA is leading it there. So I think it's a great place to be. I wouldn't be anywhere else. And Lydia, nobody is still.
You did not. You did wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. Don't go too far because I have some things I'd like you to elaborate on. So you've met Miss Meyer, and Christy and I are friends, and we often go back and forth to say we have the best job on campus because we both think we have the best job on campus, partly because we work with him and with our honor students. If you can't tell, all of us love UTSA. It's a wonderful place. It's a friendly place. We genuinely care about our students and we get to know our students. So why the Honors College? I mean, you've heard from Dr. Kelly, talked about San Antonio, talked about you as accomplished students. But also I want to focus on that second to last bullet when it talks about social belonging. You're going to find your academics and what you want to do to help you reach that academic goal. But one thing that we highly focus on too is social belonging. You have to find your fit. You're going to be leaving your support networks you've known for 12, 13, 14 years, and you're going to develop your own identities. That's what college is about. So we want to make sure that you're doing that socially. We know that mental health is an issue. We know transition from high school to college is hard. So we really focus on providing events and opportunities to make sure that you're happy and healthy socially. So that's something that the UT system has designated a pillar of student success. And we in honors at UTSA really focus on that really a lot. We also have more than 30 endowed scholarships. If you're selected for a top scholar, you won't have to worry about that, but we do have additional funding and people love giving to the Honors College. One of our alumni yesterday, Andrew Humbard, came to talk. He and his wife were two honors students, and rather than asking for wedding gifts, they donated and developed a scholarship fund to give back to UTSA, specifically to the Honors College and first generation students. So we're actively working. People want to give to us to help our future students, and that's really important. You've heard about this. It's a supportive community. There's other things like early registration that are benefits. We also have a team of coaches and counselors. So Dr. Kelly mentioned we coach you. We really do, much more like athletics. We say our honor students are more like athletes. We recruit you, we coach you, we brand you with clothing and backpacks, and we want everybody to know that you're part of honors and top scholars. I'll tell a personal story. My husband is a huge fan of the top scholars in the Honors College, and he used to tell our friends that have children, we don't have children, you know, you should raise an athlete. Now he says you should raise a top scholar. So it really is something that you should strive to be, and it's an honor to be here for selection. This is an overview of our students. They're very accomplished. We do have students in the Honors College from every single college on campus. We have, like we mentioned, we are a very diverse, smaller community within the larger community. So top scholars are 10 students. The Honors College are about 1,700 students, and UTSA is about 34,000. So we have these smaller communities that you're a member of in which we really get to know you and your goals and to coach you. I'm going to show a brief video if it wants to work. And this is really going to highlight two of our students that lived on campus and their experience living on campus.
Hanging out with some of the honor students, both old and new, you just build an amazing community here. My name is Aramis Babcock. I'm a junior year college student. My major is cybersecurity through the business college. UTSA is one of those campuses that just, you can find there's something going on always, which is nice.
My name is Carla Madrigal. I am a sophomore studying biology, and I am an honors student. Getting involved on campus is so much easier when you live on campus, and it's really nice to have everyone together. Having that community at the dorms, we experience everything together, we help each other out. Everything is close by, and you don't have to really go anywhere, even if you want to eat, like work out, study, everything is just in a big circle, and it's really nice. I'm a Terry Scholar, so the first year we're required to live on campus. So I did that, and I really enjoyed it, so I wanted to come back, especially because I made really close friends, and my roommate now, we got really close, so we decided to live together again.
I ride my bike around all over campus, so getting to classes is super quick. My experience living here on campus has been amazing. It can be a bit lonely sometimes. I miss home, but that's normal. But I've made a new family here. UTSA is a family. Honors College is a family.
I'm Gold Darhood, and I teach in the College of Engineering, and then I also work with the Honors College. Tim Morrow, very proactive, went to the Dean of the Honors College and said, hey, we really need some more enrichment items, and we'd really like to partner with students at UTSA to make this happen.
So we're on site at the San Antonio Zoo in the elephant enclosure, constructing our elephant, I just call them elephant toys.
I actually brought up the concept for the Fuble, and me and my team spent the entire semester developing it into what it is now.
We are interested about what the impact is on the elephants, on their exercise, and on their cognitive stimulation, but we're also interested in how it affects the zoo and how it affects visitors. Sean Kelly is the Dean of the Honors College, and he is aggressively moving the
Entire Honors College towards an experiential learning model.
I've never done anything like this before, and I'm going to not only learn a bunch of really cool skills on designing and manufacturing and implementing, but I'm also going to get to help these elephants, these endangered species, hopefully live longer and lead happier lives.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, that volume changed. Well, I hope you all have enjoyed the presentation so far, learning a little bit more about the Honors College and about UTSA. I am a person who loves comparing anything to food, probably because I love food so much. So I always say Top Scholar and our special programs at UTSA is a whole lot like a great ice cream sundae. Everybody here like ice cream? Right? So the university is like the ice cream. I know my dietetics major back there is shaking his head because I always have it's bad. It's never good food analogies, right? I'm not going to talk to you about carrots or something like that. So the university is really a whole lot like a great ice cream, like Bluebell homemade vanilla, right? And then if you add whipped cream and nuts, maybe some pineapple or chocolate, a really healthy banana. How's that, Nathan? Right? That's the Honors College. And you have something really great if you've got some homemade Bluebell vanilla or Bluebell homemade vanilla, get that backwards, right? And a great banana and some really nice whipped cream. That's a pretty great treat, right? That's the university and the Honors College. Well, the scholar programs is the cherry on top, right? Just to really top it off. And so what I want to talk to you about for the next few minutes are some of those more specialized things that we get with honors. And I use this as one of my intro slides always because I think that, Dr. Kelly talked about doing things you never dreamed you would do. And this image that goes with that, reaching new heights together, and that together part is really important too. I think really does epitomize what we are as a scholar program. This is one of our alumni. Her name's Brianna Diaz. She's getting a PhD in educational psychology right now at Boston College. And this is her at a confidence course that we go to each year. And she's jumping off a super high telephone pole, reaching for a brass ring. And that particular day, it was a little bit damp and kind of yucky. And sure enough, that kid sure did get the brass ring, right? And she was so scared when we were on our way to this high ropes course that she was literally shaking. But she did it. And since then, she has done all kinds of things. Dr. Kelly also talked about choices. And when she got ready to look for a PhD program, let me tell you, this kid had a lot of choices. And those included everything from Stanford University to more local up the street at UT Austin. And she chose Boston College to get her PhD very specifically because there was an advisor there that she thought really meshed very well with her. And she'll tell you, what she learned being in a program like Top Scholar was just how important the people were. And that even if you go to a big name like Stanford, if you don't have the personal connection with an advisor that you need, you aren't going to be able to reach your greatest potential. And so I love Brief for that reason. We still try and get together as often as we can. But this is what your student really can do. And I really believe every single one of our scholars can do this, right? Jump and reach a new height. Our three pillars are knowledge, leadership, and service. And you hear that again and again. We'll talk about it again and again and again. And all of our programming really is centered around these three things. So I'm going to talk a lot more about that for the next few minutes, including really kind of the nuts and bolts of the program, some opportunities for scholars. And we have scholars in the back of the room. So you guys wave. And you're going to hear a whole lot more from them after I finish because they're the real stars of the show. But I may even call on some of them to say, hey, give us an example of what that was like for you or this was like for you. And then I'm going to talk just a tiny bit more about campus engagement as well. So why Top Scholar and why UTSA? I had the pleasure of being the inaugural director of this program, and about 9 years ago was asked to come on board and help to form this thing that a lot of people said, UTSA can't do this. Right? At the time, we were not a tier 1 university. We were on the road to tier 1. Our president at the time said we were going to ride a rocket. And let me tell you, it still often feels like a rocket to tier 1. But we knew that there was a brain drain and a talent drain happening in the state of Texas. I mean, just a quick, if you're comfortable, show of hands. If you're not comfortable raising your hand, how many of you have a student who's looking out of state somewhere? Many of our scholars in the back. How many of you looked out of state? Right, because you thought, I'm going to go where the very best opportunity is. And that may be at UT Austin or A&M or Rice. Those are our, the 3 big ones that everybody talks about in Texas. But a lot of students feel like they need to go to a small private institution, either on the West Coast or up in the Northeast, right? And we said, no. We can do something different here. And if you look at specialized scholar programs across the nation, my colleagues do not have programs that look like ours. We have a diverse group of students, and by that I mean diverse by major, diverse by background, socioeconomics, racial, ethnic, religion. I am proud to say we have had everyone from a Wiccan to a student from the Jewish faith. We have had Buddhists and Muslims and Hindus and Christians, and these students work together in ways that is unique, that makes them better, and that I believe makes our society better. And not to, be overly braggart here, but if you go up the road, that is not what you're going to see in their scholar program. You will not see that sort of diversity. And that is the benefit of being here in San Antonio and the benefit of being at UTSA. So what are we? We are a scholar program, a comprehensive scholar program. And that is so important for me to emphasize again and again and again, because we are not just a scholarship. If you are hoping that your student's going to leave here with a big check and then be told to go on about their way, we are not the place you're looking for. And I will tell you that freely, and I will say it again and again and again. We are a community. We are going to help your students be better, and we are going to really be very intensively helping them grow in the areas of knowledge, leadership, and service. And they will also get a really big fat check, a really big fat check. But it is not just about the money. In fact, if I didn't have to talk about the money, I wouldn't. But it is a very comprehensive package, full cost of attendance, a last dollar scholarship, tuition and fees, room and board. We also have $500 a semester for students for enrichment programming to do things like go to a conference, or lots of our students have done things like get a certification exam. You're going to hear from Abraham. He's on our panel later, but Abraham is graduating with a degree in real estate finance and development. And we were able to help offset the cost. Actually, I think it covered the whole cost, right, Abraham, of his certification to get his real estate license. And that's a big game changer, because a lot of students, even if they can cobble together and jigsaw puzzle the cost of the tuition and fees, what is it that's going to take them to that next level? Well, it's being certified in something very early. It's having networking experiences and professional conference experiences very early on. So we say, you know what, we want to take that worry away from you in terms of cost, and we want to just help you focus on being the very best and having the widest range of experiences that you can have. We are looking, though, for exceptional students, right? I'm not going to lie, this is not a program built on altruism alone. Dr. Kelly and I both believe that education, and everyone across the Honors College believes that education is really what's going to help move us forward as a society. And we think all of our students are better than the best, right, Dr. Kelly? But let me be very clear. This program is not just about what we give to the students. It is about helping students do more and be more so that they can go out and be game changers in our society. We need business leaders that have super high ethics and who believe in giving back to their community, right? We need doctors who understand more about the healthcare system than just what it is that makes your nervous system run, right? We need future educators, right? I'm very, very proud to say we have 3 of our graduates from this class that are going into education. And that makes me very, very, very happy, right? So we want students who want to do all of that, right? Who want to give back, be a part of a community, right? So what does this process look like? All of your students turned in an application by December 1st. There was an initial review committee. This is really a campus-wide selection as well. Obviously, our finalists and the students who really rose to the top were invited to this next couple of days with us. Your finalists are going to have the opportunity to meet with other scholars. They're going to meet faculty. They're going to see campus. You heard all about our residence halls and the JPL, and the tours they're going to take tomorrow and Tuesday include all of those things. We mentioned before, today is for both you and your candidate. Monday, Tuesdays for the candidate only. It will take us about 3 to 4 weeks to get notices out following Tuesday. So usually I tell families by April 1st, everyone will hear and we will notify everyone. But don't think that just because it may take us a little bit, a week or two, because we do have selection committees made up of folks all across the university. Right? I think our interview committee alone has about 23 folks on it. And when we looked at all of the faculty that are involved, we've got well over 100 members of our campus community involved in the selection process. Okay? So community, 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 that really is the best benefit of being in a program like ours. And you'll hear the students talk about it again and again. You will hear me talk about it really ad nauseum. And this support network around them, right? I think it's important to push and stretch our comfort zones and to help students do that in a very safe environment. We talk a lot in our program about failing forward. And you're going to have not just myself, Dr. Kelly, Lydia, but all of the folks that you're going to meet later tonight and that whole long list. I think there were about 14 people on that list that I showed you at the very beginning of the evening. They're all here to help our students. Okay? And a very personalized program, right? So all of the students in the back, I'm taking a look here, maybe two kind of sort of have the same major, maybe Alana and Alexis kind of biochemistry, biology. But aside from that, they're all a different major, right? So we help them to grow despite the fact that we've got a public administration major, a cyber major, a biology major, a real estate finance and development. And not everyone even looks the same if they're the same major. Right? So we do personalized leadership development. This past, 2 years ago, we used Strengths Quest. We've used True Colors. Some of you may be familiar with some of those programs. We did True Colors again this year at our entry retreat. So we want students to learn to grow and be the best for themselves. And maybe that means, you know, as a quiet introvert, maybe that means as a more outgoing extrovert. Looks different for all of them. Very, very personalized. So what is a top scholar, right? Top scholars are passionate, motivated, dedicated, engaged is probably one of the most important words that I can use. So this is Natalie. Natalie graduated last year. She's at Dell Medical School this year. And this is her abroad, where she went to study with an audiologist in Scotland. Natalie was a part of our Archer Fellowship program. She spent a semester in DC. She did a couple of different alternative breaks. I think Natalie may have been as involved as any scholar has ever been. And honestly, that's pretty much the standard, right? Again, if your student wants to collect a big check, go to class, make A's, and then go home at the end of the night, this is not going to be a pleasant experience for them, because we're going to continue to push and push and push to have them do more. She also did research on campus, I should say. Yes. Did we have a question?
She also, last February, she launched 2 Februaries.
Oh yeah, come up here, Dr. Kelly. You should.
2 Februaries ago, she launched an app that she developed, and the app was originally for basically rural places that get medicine from abroad, because a lot of times you can't get, like, you go get vaccinated, but then you can't find your health records because these were doctors from the U.S. So the app is designed to keep your vaccine record. Think about that. She launched it in February before COVID.
Pocket Vax, it's called.
Pocket Vax.
And she used honors development funds
to do it,
to help do that.
And and it was it Nigeria that called?
Yes, yeah.
Nigeria
And she continues to work with them. Yeah, she continues to work with them.
So that's a student who gets in the numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, and gets funding.
And Dell was always her number one choice. In fact, I recall vividly the first time I sat down with Natalie, Dell was still very new. And she said to me, I want to go to Dell because Dell has these very specific kind of a behavioral bent. How would you describe it, Dr. Kelly? Very psychosocial kind of approach to medicine.
Informed by medical.
Yeah. Yeah. And she said, I want to go to Dell. I want to go to Dell. And Dell was not the only school, by the way, that she got into. She did get in. She got a great scholarship as well, I have to say, including she also got a local scholarship that we worked with her on. So that's what we're looking for. Now, she didn't start as accomplished as she finished, right? But she started motivated, ready to be engaged, ready to try something different. This is some of our other scholars, or Kaylee, you'll meet tonight. They're very intellectually curious, right? That's really important. Are they wanting to learn just for the sake of getting an A? Or are they wanting to learn because they want to really know deeply about something? Is the discovery method something that's important to them? And by the way, those are the exact things that are going to be teased out when they get the very best job or the mediocre job. When they get a full funding to go to the very best PhD schools, or when they get invited to be a part of some place that they can pay to go to and get a master's degree, right? It's also important to note our scholars are under the microscope a bit, right? You see one of our scholars there, his name's Edgar. He went on a road trip with Dr. Amy to do recruiting from the university, right? And spent multiple weekends, got to know him very well. That middle piece there, I don't know where my laser is. That is a huge banner that's on campus. Kurt's in Germany doing research right now. He graduated this past May. But people recognize our scholars, right? We have had every year, I think we've had 2 scholars every year on the President's Student Advisory Council. Right now we have 2 on the council. Dr. Kelly has these students on his leadership council. Every one of the deans, when you come into dinner tonight, you're going to see them greeting the students. They know the students, right? And we do have some expectations in terms of their behaviors, their availability, that, really are on that same kind of level.
Yeah, Christy and I, one of our jobs at the university is to field phone calls from administrators who need student representatives.
Yeah.
All right, we're on their speed dial. Can you send me 4 students? Give me
Yeah. Constantly. And not just from on campus, but off campus as well. So we frequently get news media calls and who can we, highlight for X, Y, or Z. And I should have said, if you have questions, just toss your hand up and ask them as it comes along, okay? I don't tend to be overly formal, and I forget to say that to folks, right? So interrupt us if you have questions. Our top scholars spend a lot of time together. They live in the same complex, so our first year students will be at Guadalupe Hall this coming fall, and then after that, all of our students live together in Laurel Village. This is just an example from one of our retreats where they go out and get to explore San Antonio a little bit. So you can see them using their bodies to make UTSA there, right? A lot of fun. They have a lot of fun. And we are also an integral part of the Honors College. And the Honors College is an integral part of us. And I want to take just a moment to mention these two folks that are in this picture with me. Dr. Kelly has taught me so much about education, about helping students achieve, about being a better coach to students. And we are so fortunate because I don't think I could point to a single time that I went to him either with a student issue or that I pointed a student to him that he didn't say, "What's up? How can I help?" Right? Because that's who he is. And so he is just as available to our scholars. And man, there is a huge benefit to that. Let me tell you something. When you can really know the dean and be able to glean from his wisdom, and that he will take the time to spend with them, that means something, folks. That really means something. And your students are going to get his attention. This other lady here with me in this picture is Dr. Jill Fleurier, who's our associate dean. And she has personally been the faculty mentor for multiple of our scholars. And in fact, one in particular is now her student again, and Dr. Fleury is her PhD advisor. That student, by the way, who again had multiple offers and a National Science Foundation award and a Ford Foundation award as well. So to say that not only is the program supervised by people with very high integrity, and I've had a lot of bosses over the years, some better than others, right? And I'm sure you can all relate when I say you learn from every boss you have. Sometimes you learn what to do, and sometimes you learn what not to do. And these folks right here are people who I have really learned what to do from. And so it is a huge benefit. You're going to meet also Dr. Andrew Chapman, and you all met Lydia Bueno earlier. Those guys give our students a lot of attention as well. Those are our assistant deans. And it really, they make the whole process of coaching and working with students better. Because maybe I don't know about something, but Lydia does, right? Or Dr. Chapman knows something, or someone, right? And that's just, I almost cannot overemphasize how important it is that we are a part of the honors community. And the honors programming that's available to students. So we have a national parks trip that students get to go on where, it's an honors trip, right? Not all of our students go, but they can. And we have a couple who are going to be going in May, right? Where they get to go out, and I don't remember, Dr. Kelly, is it 6 or 7? Alana, you applied for this, right? How many national parks is it that you get to go to? Yeah, where they get to go and they go with an environmental scientist as well as an outdoor expert and a outdoor leadership expert. I mean, how phenomenal is it that they can tap into this sort of programming, right? Or maybe they're going to go and spend a couple of weeks in Costa Rica at an off-the-grid environmental ranch. Our honors college students do that too. And it's just an opportunity that is really just laid out in front of scholars to be able to take advantage of that. On-campus housing is something that we've mentioned a couple of times. You know, that living and learning together is so important. So important. And we know when we set students who live on campus right next to students who don't live on campus, the students who live on campus are more engaged, they achieve more academically, and they are more socially fulfilled than students who do not, right? And interestingly enough, students who have roommates, even more so. Like when we look, we've mentioned that social belonging, and we've mentioned emotional well-being a lot. When you compare a student who lives on campus with a roommate to a student who lives off campus, and maybe they have a roommate, maybe they don't, there's no question. There is no question about which students do better. And so having this all at their fingertips as well is because school becomes the center of what they're doing. It's really what it is. Dr. Kelly?
Yeah, and I think what Christy's speaking about is so important these days, especially because mental health. I mean, the reason honor students don't succeed, honestly, is mental health. And what I want to give an example of how UTSA cares about this. Why didn't we just put a brand new dorm on? Brand new. It's adults, right? Think about kids these days. College kids grew up with their own room, sometimes their own bathroom. We didn't think about what will it take to attract a student here. The reason that colleges are building singles is not because they're better for students, it's because they can charge more for them, and it's to recruit. And all the data shows, if you lock yourself in a room all by yourself and you're shy and you study, your mental health is going up. And we've dealt with mental health. That's what we deal with. Honestly, things like use a box of tissues in my office. They're called my organic chemistry issues. And now, why do I call them that? Well, organic chemistry is about the time that students have to have this conversation. Dr. Kelly, I'm scared to talk to mom, dad, fill in the blank, because I don't want to be a doctor. Right? And we sit and we have a whole conversation about how do you break it? How do you not break it to mom and dad? But it's not because they're doing bad in organic chemistry. They're going to get an A in organic chemistry. It's just that they don't want to do the science anymore. It wasn't what they wanted to do. They never wanted to let anyone down because someone, when they were 5 years old, said to them, "You're so smart, you should be a doctor." Right? So isn't that true? I see some nodding back there. Very true. Yeah. So I'll turn it back to Christy. But I mean, the point is, we could have went and built a brand new dorm, filled with singles, and we know it would have attracted more students here. It wouldn't have graduated more students. It wouldn't have made more students healthy. And that's why we went this route.
And this on-campus living is so important because everything really is at the students' fingertips. This is a quick pick of the John Peace Library, which is all you heard. It's all a collaborative learning space, and it's just right there. You don't have to find a parking spot to go to the library, right? You don't have to worry about leaving campus and then coming back. Everything is very centralized. And I mean, these are amazing amenities for students that they have on campus. Right? So that living and learning piece is super important. We also do a lot of cohort programming with Top Scholar. And so that's when we take a specific class and go out on a retreat. So this is a picture from one of our senior retreats a couple of years ago, where we go down to the coast and we look at really the ecology of the Texas Gulf Coast and how what happens there has larger effects. Right, so water issues. This is us out on it's called the Ridley, and we're looking at where we do a tour of the Laguna Madre. So that's pretty cool. Students enjoy that. Here's a couple of students at that. We also volunteer with Sea Turtle Inc. when we're down there. It's been a couple of years since we've been able to do it because of COVID, but it'll be back. It'll be back. We'll have a great time. This is just a couple of more things that students have done together. We go out to Newcomb Ranch, and I mentioned at the very beginning that picture, that beautiful picture you all saw, a Bree. So the students really kind of have to physically work together, right? And I'm going to teeter on something that may or may not be popular amongst you all. But you have probably had students who were often the smartest in the room. Right? So they have been pointed at their whole lives and said, you're an amazing leader. You're so smart. Like they have had this like status bestowed upon them since they could say their ABCs at 18 months old. Right? That's great. But a whole lot of them know it. So it's one thing to take that super smart kid and say, you are the golden child. And it's going to go kind of your way and we're going to shepherd you through. Right? And they can do well. They can do remarkably well. But put 10 of them together and say, walk together 30 feet in sync. And they have to listen to each other, really listen to each other. They have to consider things like maybe they're the smartest in the group, maybe they're not. Maybe we can all be really smart together and work together, and we can learn more and do more that way, right? So it's things like this where they have a little pole that's hollow, and they have to all lift it up together, right? And many of these students have never experienced working like this before, right? And we kind of sometimes randomly, sometimes not so randomly, will say, oh, you're the leader today, or you're not the leader today. And it's a really remarkable experience for them. All of our students also have the opportunity to go abroad. And I always put this picture up because this is the one continent where we have not sent a top scholar yet. So, which one of yours will it be? That's my question for you. Which one of you will it be? And we have a connection too. Now, some of you may be wondering, oh, what about travel restrictions and COVID? We did move away from it being a mandatory part of our program for the last 2 years, but we have every expectation that we will be able to get students traveling again. We believe that being globally engaged is really important, and we live in a global world. Right? And so along with that means trying new foods, talking to folks in a language where maybe you're not as comfortable. Right? Did you have a question? No one in our scholar program has gone to Antarctica. They haven't, it just hasn't really met what they wanted or needed to do. We have had students at a whole host of other places, and we have had students go on faculty-led programs. We've had students do intensive research programs, like independent research. We have students who've gone with third-party programs, language immersion, homestay, you name it, they've done it. South Africa to Oxford, Ireland and Paris, but we've not had anyone go to Antarctica yet.
We'll get there.
We will. I'm going to find the brave soul.
No, I'm pretty afraid, honestly. So I've learned a lot about weather and students in Texas, specifically. Like when I was in Florida, we did the Costa Rica study abroad that we do here. So we take them out into the rainforest of Costa Rica. They live off the grid, sustainable ranch. They do yoga and help work on the farm. Florida kids come back and say, this is amazing, this is the greatest day in the world. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention, we do it the first week of August, or the first 2 weeks of August. Like, oh, this is great, this is wonderful. So I get here and I'm like, okay, let's do this. Send a bunch of kids from Dallas, Lubbock, San Antonio down there in August. I got everyone get back to I was wet all week.
A little bit of physical uncomfort once in a while never hurt anyone, right? I mentioned our faculty mentoring here because it's such an integral part of what we do. You're going to hear from students and the labs they work in, the faculty that they work in. I think we have really, nobody can hold or shake a stick at the faculty mentoring that we have with our students. And you'll hear the students on the panel talk about that as well. And then these experiential programs, this is a group of our scholars who went on a trip called the Civil Rights and Social Justice Experience. That's a tour across the South, a bus tour across the South of all things, where they go and see civil rights landmarks and learn about them. And, I was saying to someone the other day, because that trip went virtual for a couple of years with COVID, but it's coming back. There is something so physical about being in these places. You can read about the Edmund Pettus Bridge and the March in Selma. It is a whole other thing to physically be there. It is one thing to read about and know about the injustices that happened really post-slavery through the 1970s and even some beyond that, with lynching of African Americans across the South. It is a whole other thing to stand in the middle of the National Memorial for Peace and Justice and to find, like I did a couple of years ago, this pillar that is there that has the names of lynching victims from the county I grew up on. And to go with 50 students and there's just nothing like it. And so being able to tap into that, and again, back to that enrichment funding, we pay, Top Scholar will pay for it. Right?
It's a great experience, especially for students to do early, because they have student mentors that go on the trip with them. So one, it gives the student the opportunity to become one of those mentors, which I think is great. But it really goes back to what I was talking about earlier. We're a really odd duck for an honors college. We're majority female. Most people would say that's not too odd these days. Majority minority, right? And to have a multicultural group of folks going out there and talking together and learning to talk together. This is exactly what we need more of. And that's, again, why Google calls us on the phone and says, will you work with us, right? Because we want employees that did things like this.
How frequent are those experiences?
Every year.
So what is one per year?
Well, like this trip, the Civil Rights and Social Justice Experience happens once a year. We go to Costa Rica every year, the National Parks trip. I think National Parks is going to be every other year, but there are at least half a dozen to a dozen of these kinds of things that students can do every year. So it might not, the same student might not do all of those things, although some do.
But didn't they just start on San Antonio too, right?
They did.
So
They did.
San Antonio Civil Rights. So there's going to be one in the fall, one in the spring. And the nice thing again with us is our students get selected for those things because we're telling them, do them from day one. And so they're looking for them. So they hear about it and oh, I'm going to sign up.
Yeah. So a great example of this is a program called Leadership, which is a 5-day intensive leadership experience that students get to really develop their own kind of personal leadership vision and mission, and how can they kind of take these things that are important to them and grow them with their own strengths. And so the Leadership and Volunteer Services office on campus puts that together, and they set aside 5 slots for top scholars. And so we have 5 scholars going in May to be a part of that program. And that's pretty standard that we have things like that happen. The Archer Fellowship is another program that a lot of students take advantage of. These are 3 of our scholars that spent a semester in DC. We have 2 there this semester. Every year we send scholars to the Archer program. And that's just a singular example. Research, really being out and super involved in the things that they're passionate about academically and otherwise. And so you see students here presenting their research and in a lab. In fact, well over half of our students, I think our number this year is just short of 70%, even including our first year students, are involved in some sort of intensive research. We have both long-term service projects as well as semesterly service projects. So one of the things we do is ask students to set goals in the areas of knowledge, leadership, and service every single semester. Many love the process. Many maybe not as much. We use a SMART goal process, but it really helps them to identify things they want to complete on both the short term and to work towards their longer term goals. And it helps them document their progress along the way. Love it or hate it. Sorry, guys, the process is not going away. But service is a major part of that. And like I said, they set both individual goals and they set goals collectively. So some of the sustained projects that we've done, we go out to the food bank. The groups go out to the food bank quite a bit. We also, if you ever happen to be driving on Babcock, there between 1604 and UTSA Boulevard, that's an area of the highway that we take care of. Alternative breaks is something a lot of our students participate in. This is where over the winter break or spring break, you can go and be a part of an intensive service project. And definitely not least, but the last thing I'll mention, our students have a lot of fun. We have a whole lot of fun together, both kind of informally, movie night, potluck. They just on Friday had a potluck. Or like this is a picture from one of our large end of year picnics. And one of the ways you know they have fun is that our alumni come back. And so that's always a good sign to me that they want to keep coming back. So with that, thank you very much for your time. Any questions before we take a very short, quick break and then move into hearing from our students? Oh, I should have mentioned this. I thought that was my last slide. To maintain eligibility, students do have to take 15 hours each semester. They have to stay in good standing with the Honors College. There we are. That should be it. Questions? Going once, going twice. Okay, so let's take a quick break. Yes. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What is the experience for research?
For research, you know what? I'll ask Grace to answer that question. Grace is a cyber security major.
Yeah, I'm Grace. I'll say it. I'm not personally one of the other staff majors. A lab doing something with research. There's different opportunities. A lot of the questions are very engaging. When I was in practice on conference, that wasn't really her lab. So there's plenty of opportunities. Faculty are very eager to work with us and do it.
Yeah, and there's different experiences depending on which type of cyber student you are. If you're the business college cyber program, it tends to produce, or it tends to, I don't want to, students who tend to want to go into corporate worlds will tend to be work on that side. So we're getting, those kind of students tend to do a lot less research, but look for very prestigious internships. And which if I was giving the advice, that's what I'd be saying, if you're on that side. Now our ones, and I'm speaking of honors here, not just house scholars. If we swing over to the ones who are in the computer science department, those students are working on things like nanocomputing and labs. But they tend to want, those students tend to want to be in the tech sector or the entrepreneur sector, right? One place that's in between that I would suggest, if SMU is going to do cyber, is federal. And
that's great.
Our students get internships in San Antonio. We have tons more internships here. I mean, probably besides Bethesda, we have more internships that require national security clearance. So we have like juniors with their first national security clearance. And what they pay
Grace got hers as a sophomore, right?
I was offered as a freshman, but then COVID kind of put up. So as a sophomore, I got a security clearance, I have a TSSCI like department, so I'm able to work in that. And I work with that here.
Oh, it's in the difference in salary. You're talking $70,000 difference in starting salary, and much easier to get a job because it takes 6 months. No one wants to wait 6 months. No employer does. If they can go and get a top student that's got, they just pull them in. And again, because of our unique relationships with the military and because of all the military contractors that are around in town and across Texas, there's a lot of places that'll say, okay, well, you apply in August. While you're finishing the school year, you're getting cleared, and then you're cleared by whatever, April, then you can start the internship. And so that's what our students, I'll use Victor as an example. Victor graduated 2 years ago now. So his starting salary going that kind of route, $160,000 in cybersecurity. So I mean, anyways, that's just advice.
This is regarding the selection criteria. The 30 students are there and top 10 is shortlisted, and then the final reduction is at by April month also, right? So my question is, if you shortlist the top 10 and send the status to all top 10. So generally, these students apply to multiple colleges, right? That's the natural thing. So let's say out of 10, only 8 of them are so what happens as part of 9th and 10th? Will you be sending it to the 11th and 12th career, or only you will only kind of fill up with the 8 and that's it for you?
We do have a very short list of a wait list that we will create.
But I would say we also are very much looking for students who want to be here, right? We have one hell of a package to offer students. It's not a backup package. All right. And I don't say that to be ugly. I know that you have a lot of choices and your students are highly sought after. They're probably, many of them go into multiple selection weekends. We think we have something unique. We have an outstanding package to offer students. They don't want to be here, we're probably going to figure it out before Tuesday.
Yeah, one of the top scholars, Taylor Helmkamp.
She's here, by the way. She's right next door.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah. So she was just posting, I saw on Facebook. She went through the top scholar programs, and now she's a Longhorn, she's got into a dual program, and it's in law. She's in the law school in Russian studies. And so, that's the other thing. If you've got, like my cousin was absolutely committed to one school when he was a kid. And he went through, I always want to be a Gator. I always want to be a Florida Gator. I always want to be a Florida Gator. He did that. Then he realized, out-of-state tuition in Florida is fine. So he went to New York and basically felt like he missed out on something. Someone like Taylor always wanted to be a Longhorn. She got here, we talked to her, we showed her, she did study abroad, 3 study abroads, I think, maybe 4 even. She got a Fulbright to Belarus, all these kinds of things. Well, she became a Longhorn. She was going to graduate school anyways. And she turned down some pretty big schools to go to UT. Did
She did.
And her colleague in the same graduating year, Marco, he's a Harvard Law right now. So they do well. So it might be the case of, don't worry if you always wanted to be. There's still more time, because mostly, let's face it, almost all of them are either going to go to graduate world or really just want to get out, no debt, get a job, and get running on the ground. That's what we tend to see amongst honors students.
Yeah. So we have 10 spots. We will have a short wait list, like I said, that will work for those students who decide this isn't where they want to be. Yeah. Okay.
Which is just as important, by the way.
Yes, absolutely.
We do not recruit because we are trying to throw a net out to pull students in. What we're doing is telling you who we are, how we're different than other places, and trying to say to you, are we a good fit for you, right? Because the last thing that Christy and I want, especially in a small program like this, is someone who gets here and 5 months in says, this is a bad fit for me, right? Because bad fit, a lot of times that means in the office crying, very broken down, grades go, it's so that's absolutely 100%. Fit is more important than anything else. And that's why we're gonna, for the next 2 days, let the students walk around with the students.
Yeah. And we don't often have folks turn us down.
No.
Usually it's one a year traditionally, that person who just, this isn't where they really wanted to be, right? Okay, let's take a break. It is roughly 4:40 right now. Let's come back at 4:50 to get our student panel started. So I'm going to ask students to come on up. So 10 minutes. I'll see you at dinner. Yeah.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm so sorry. After a while,
I didn't think that.
They can, if cyber and psych is the thing that they're interested in, they're really good. Our students who are doing, there's some areas of research going over to UT Health makes sense, but honestly, if cyber and psych is what they're interested in, we have lots and lots of phenomenal researchers in those areas. We want students that bring those things together and
Are you Sarah too? They're so cute. I love this coat.
oh, it doesn't matter. You sit however you want.
Just stand up here, Christy.
Yep. I'm going to leave this here only because. Questions. Yep.
Okay.
And
Do you want me to use the mic when I ask questions to them, or just kind of?
It kind of picks up.
Cool. I mean, I think I'm loud enough without the mic.
You may want to, if you're comfortable, lower your mask. I try and do that when I'm not, and when I'm standing back. It really is much more difficult to understand and hear. Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, you need fun socks. Okay. See, so they can wear fun socks. Wait, I wear my word. Unless you work at law and you then no. Well, some people get away with it. So I'm on the first one lady that one of the analysts that works on my squad, she matches her heels through her mask to ensure everything. And her purse as well. So like I don't have that effort. That's a lot. You're really comfortable that I just go. My these are the things. Please. Okay. That is not handed. It honestly is just. Okay, yeah, I got it. Honestly, mine are really funny. Is it mine? No, it's like. I don't know. I just asked. And I was like, well, you want some real? I don't Not specific for this. Yes.
There.
They were on break. Do they have like a PowerPoint and then how we're doing this? Yeah. I think the same that as the it doesn't say super. It stays a little. Yeah. See, I have like a full center that I was not looking at. And then it makes it oh, yeah. I was like,
See, they just knew.
Huh?
They just knew.
Yeah, well, because I'm kind of not being happy all day. They didn't have any set up. Oh, that's not great. No. I think I just kind of, I think I've gone really. Yeah. Okay, that was it.
I know.
Welcome back, everybody. Did that feel like a no break too fast? Well, this is a real treat. I promise you won't be bored. And I know this is the last thing between us and dinner. But this is really when you get to hear from the students themselves, right? So I'm just kind of a talking head, the old administrator up here. But I want to introduce, or I'm going to actually ask the students to introduce themselves and start with name, major, hometown, what you're studying, that kind of good stuff. And I'm going to start with Grace, who is going to be helping us lead this panel. So Grace, you start us off.
Hey y'all. So like Christy said, my name is Grace Johnson. I'm a junior top scholar. I'm a cybersecurity major and I'm a minor in intelligence and security studies. I'm from San Antonio. I guess earlier my interest is FBI, doing national security type of work.
Hello everyone, my name is Nathan Chang. I am from Dallas, Texas. I'm studying nutrition and dietetics, and I am a senior.
Hi, my name is Abraham. I am studying real estate and accounting, and I'm third year. I'm from the Valley, Texas.
Hi everyone, my name is Sophie. I'm a sophomore from San Antonio, and I'm studying psychology and political law, and I get to go to law school.
And I'm Alana. I'm a freshman. I'm like a little baby of this panel. And I'm a biochemistry major. I'm on the pre-med track. I've been living in San Antonio for 20 years, but I'm originally from New Jersey.
So what we're going to do is we have just a couple of questions that we've prepared in advance or asked the students to prepare in advance. And then we want to hear what your concerns are. So these questions could be for any of our students, could be for me. Fire away. But right now I'm going to turn it over to Grace and let her kick it off.
Yeah. So the first question I want to ask my fellow panelists, what made you choose UTSA?
I can start. For me, I chose UTSA because I knew I kind of wanted to work in the food industry, but didn't want to be a chef, as going to culinary school was too expensive for my family to afford. And so I knew I wanted to do food industry, so I ended up in nutrition and dietetics. So my mom is a dietitian. So I talked to her about the field and kind of what it looked like. So knowing I wanted to be a dietitian, I looked into schools that had nutrition and dietetics, and how UTSA's program is set up for dietitian students is super helpful, where we don't have to find our own internships. So to be a dietitian, you have to find a qualifying internship for a whole year, and UTSA does that for the students. So that would be really interesting.
Felt like that was assumed, but.
Okay. So I chose UTSA mainly for the real estate program. I've kind of always known that I wanted to go into real estate, and it's not a very common program. There's very few schools that have it. UTSA is one of them. It's actually a really good program headed by Professor Jacketti, who's originally from MIT. He was the professor from MIT, so it's an awesome program. I really love San Antonio as well, so I wanted to be here, study real estate.
I fell in love with UTSA's Honors College. That's why I chose UTSA. I really love the honors curriculum and emphasis on experiential learning, and how learning here at UTSA is so much more than just going to class. It's really just about the experience you create and learning more than just in the classroom.
I chose UTSA partially because big schools like scare me. I don't want to get lost every day or having to bike across campus. Here, it's just a 10-minute walk. Like any classes, get more time than that to walk and take, so I never went to class. And another part is it's small enough to where I feel comfortable like asking a professor a question. I think my biggest class is just like freshman intro bio, 100 students, and then after that it goes down more advanced classes. And then I just wanted to be in the medical center, and UT Health is a really good program, and I were also UTSA's human research, so I guess that's really good also for my major.
Yeah, for me, I chose UTSA. I mean, I'm local. I grew up like 10 minutes from here. I wanted to stay in Texas and close to home. That was important to me. I have to see my dog as much as possible because she misses me. Also, I wanted to be a part of the cyber program. I thought it would be a really great opportunity for me to network in the field I'm interested in. When I came in, I think Christy remembers from my selection, I was like, I'm going to be very tech-centered. I was very excited about that, like talking about doing research. When I got here, I realized I'm not as techy as I hoped. But that's fine. I was able to make a lot of connections through College of Business, which is where cybersecurity is housed, and it's given me a unique perspective to bring to a career working at the FBI or in another place in the intelligence community. Also, if you have questions, you can interrupt at any time. If not, I'll go in through the questions the panel is expecting me to ask. Yeah.
Sorry, I have this question for you.
Okay.
You are doing the cybersecurity, right?
Yes.
And you're doing business.
Yeah, so UTSA's cybersecurity program is centered in the College of Business, the BBA. So if you want it to be a little more tech heavy, you can do computer science, which I think that's College of Sciences, it's BS. And then you can get a minor in cyber, but if you're doing just a cybersecurity major, it is in the College of Business.
We also have a computer security certificate and concentration you can get in computer science. Yes.
So that's the certification you get by studying in the College of Business?
No, if you go this computer science route,
Okay.
so if you wanted to do something much more technical, right? So if you wanted to, for example, work on networks or work in the software side of things or the hardware side of things, you can get a computer science degree with a computer security certificate and concentration. You can double major, although those particular majors I would not recommend for a student to try and double major in, mostly because there are very, very few electives and the coursework would just be so long and there's no real benefit when it comes to moving on either to graduate school or to the workforce. You can largely get the same job with either of those degrees. There's no reason to double major. I would suggest that a student choose an area to have a single focus in and then get internships and make sure that they had other experiences that were to help them to move into whatever it is they want to go into.
Yeah, to kind of expand on that. So I'm the cyber BBA. My interest is not very technical, so I was able to find through Honors College like counselor, the minor in intelligence and security studies, which is exactly my interest. I absolutely love being a part of that. The other current cybersecurity major in Top Scholar, he is a cyber major, BBA as well, but has a minor in computer science. So he is going a lot more technical, but appreciates being in the College of Business and appreciates being a cyber major because he's getting experience doing incident response, network security, things like that. So you have that variation. And also both of us have expanded upon our education through different internships. So he's worked at CrowdStrike for a while. He works in the UTSA SOC. I'm with FBI, so mine's not necessarily cyber related. It's more loosely like global affairs based.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
with University Health and Science Center being here, an amazing research too. What are the opportunities top scholars get out of this research?
You're one of the people that's loosely helped.
That's not me.
Okay, I can answer that. So, we are in close affiliation. I'm actually in a medicinal chemistry lab. And so, my doctor I follow, Dr. Kratz, he's closely in ties with Dr. April Ringsley and the UT Health Science Center. And so she does research there, so that's the more biology side. So I'm planning on being in my lab this summer, more so on the chemistry side, just because I have a preference towards chemistry. But there's also ample opportunities to go ahead and with those connections I've already made here on campus to go into the UT Health side and actually see like the biology aspect of the lab there too, as well as Christy, she like knows everyone. She has many connections. So Christy, and then as well as like faculty and staff on campus have lots of funding too.
I think Nathan wanted to.
Also from like the health side with nutrition and dietetics, as a freshman, I was able to join a lab with Dr. Milovic, who I'm still currently researching with. We have partnerships with UT Health and Science Center, so I work with some of the professors over there as well as other professors throughout campus. And thankfully, this semester I am now submitting 2 abstracts that are being reviewed for publication, one in October and one this coming June. And thank you. And so yeah, Tosca was able to like help form these connections so I could get started in this process.
Yeah, I think the big difference and the thing that a lot of folks have some confusion about is UT Health is a health science center. They offer clinical degrees. There are a few, but they are very few, non-clinical degrees at the graduate level, so like you're in a biomedical sciences degree. Whereas we're an academic institution. So I like to think of that as your biologists, your chemists, right, your engineers. Whereas once you get over to the health science center, that's really for clinicians, right? And so there are lots of collaborations between the two, but just like the health science center does not offer a bachelor's degree in biology, we don't offer a medical degree. That's really kind of the difference.
Thank you. I was very looking for the research opportunities.
Yes.
I guess I had a question where when coming into the honors program, did you see your career pathway change as you started like experiencing different things? And like what did the Top Scholars program kind of show you where you might have walked in thinking you wanted to do one thing, but then it kind of showed you all these different pathways that you could go into?
I wanted to go to Sophie for that.
I think she's the perfect person to start off. Grace has got this one.
So I came into UTSA as a biology major, and I'm supposed to go to medical school. But very soon into my time at UTSA, my first semester, I realized I had no passion for biology, and I did not want to do 4 years of biology. So I took my second semester, kind of find different options, and of course, it was super supportive, and Chrissy actually encouraged me to do this. He said, take a couple classes in different areas. So I explored psychology, I explored environmental science, and I explored political science. And in that semester, I was able to step aside from something I thought I was going to do for my entire life, and then I decided this isn't for me, it's changing my life. I'm going to become a psychology major. So the Top Scholar program has been super supportive, and I've been able to talk to so many people within the Top Scholars just to see like what are you doing, like what's your career path, what are you interested in, what are you studying, and I was able to learn from them and of course get some support from Christy. So with the Honors College, actually the Honors College is probably the most or a really big part of it. We get a thing called Monday Messages every Monday from the Honors College, and it basically has a lot of opportunities. One of the things that I found in one of those messages was an internship with a state senator. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm interested in law. I've always been interested in policy and politics, so I'm going to apply to this. And I ended up getting that internship. And kind of being involved with that state senator really just opened my eyes for my passion. And I decided to change my major to politics and law. Super helpful.
Yeah, because quickly on my part, I mean, I came in, like I said earlier, I was like, I'm going to do like digital forensics. I'm going to be like all in. No. Now I'm taking more like policy courses, more law courses that are related to cyber. So I did a cyber law course last semester. Now I'm in information assurance policy and I love it. I'm also with a couple of the other top scholars through, Christy putting us all in contact with each other. We've competed in policy competitions, one that was affiliated with NATO. and we actually were able to place in our like briefing, and we have another one coming up in a couple of weeks. It's in DC. It's called Cyber 912 for those that are familiar with like cyber in general. It's a decently big competition. We're hopeful that we could do well with it. But that's something I never thought I would be interested in, doing policy. And I also have an application submitted to Archer, so I'm hoping to go there next fall. So, I saw a question over back here. Yes.
You talked about like 34,000 like overall, CSA employees and 1,700 honors and then 10 top scholars, right?
40 top scholars, 10 per year.
Oh, what. So let's say if I get maybe freshman as an example, let's say biochemistry or cybersecurity. So all these top scholars are part of the only thing that is the
Well, the students fully participate in both. So we like to call them dual citizens, right? So they are fully a part of their academic college, and they are also fully a part of the honors college.
all of the honors are already there in the regular.
So every student has an academic major, and you can't major in honors here. I know at some schools there is an honors studies, but that's not how it is at UTSA. At UTSA, you major in an academic field, and then honors is, I would say, a complement. It's not just an on top of it. It's really, it works together. But the students are both. So they're in whatever the home academic college is and honors.
Yeah, like for me, I'm in College of Business and I'm in like honors college. Abraham's in the same. I don't. Sophie's Colpa, the college a little more kind of no.
Health community policy.
Yeah.
Psychology.
Yeah, they're in HM.
Yeah, you're dual enrolled.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna go to the next question. Oh, yes.
For the students undergraduate, we have to carry that, is there any
Sorry, can you repeat your question? He's an ass.
So the students who have the long with every part, like the players who you want to do it out. They have long with they have taken that like for the resident. So also on their education program.
So
train for whatever.
I understand. Okay, I think I understand. You're asking if because a pre-med major might take longer because of needing to take more time. The answer is you get 4 years. You get 4 years. We have very extensive health professions advising, and we encourage students to be able to bring that in. So students get 4 years. And actually, many of our students graduate early. And that's a great question because many of your students want to pursue, at least for their first couple of semesters, they're going to do that. Right? So, yeah, that's a valid question, but we don't extend the time based on a student's degree. They get 4 years.
I think you understand it's correctly, like, really join, like, for example,
Oh, I'm sorry. I had the wrong student. I should have had somebody check this.
So, for example, she's on the pre-med track, right? She got into that. And her goal is after 4 years, she wanted to get into med school. That's what I think, right? So while she's in UTSA, like, what kind of resources, what kind of support, she receives so that she gets into the med school after completion of senior school.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if there was extended time for those students.
I can talk a little bit about this. The honors college is very, like, there's honors classes, and one of those is the other doctor, and basically it's a class that you take like I would say a good semester is like the fall of your junior year just before, like, because usually you take the end of their semester. So the fall, you're getting ready for your application. So there's like an assignment where you write your personal statement and you get feedback, it's peer review. So there's lots of support in that class, like building your application, and then honors, there's you get your honors advisor, and then you also get a professional honors advisor. And so I meet with both of them like twice in the semester, and to make sure I'm taking the right classes. I know Alexis in the back, she's also a pre-med. And so we have lots of advising opportunities. I recently talked to Christy about like just studying. We have those SMART goals each semester. And so one of my SMART goals is just reading MCAT books 20 minutes a day and practicing, even though I'm a freshman, just starting now and slowly progressing. And of course, enrichment funding will help if I want to take a certification course or something like that. But there is like lots of opportunities. I know UTSA also offers different like MCAT like set things.
Thank you. Yes. If it's okay, can you share any challenges you had with the Top Scholar program and already overcome it? Any challenge from the first year you joined in? If you had.
I can say one. It's a little bit more personal. I don't know. Christy probably knows what I'm going to say. Freshman year, I had to have some surgery, and Top Scholar and Christy in general were incredibly supportive the entire time. Christy was calling me when I was in the hospital, like talking to my mom throughout everything. Like they provided me that family and that support, so that I felt comfortable coming back after a semester and being ready.
But I think the other scholars too, Grace. I mean, I called, but really it's about the community that the scholars provide. And the same thing for the advising piece, right? That the scholars can look to students just right ahead of them to, they talk with each other. It's the community that they can provide for each other for both support and advice and, opportunities to hear about opportunities.
Yeah, like that cyber competition, Cyber National is coming up in March. One of the alumni that's here is the one that told me about it. So I wouldn't have found that opportunity without, Taylor telling me to do it. So yeah, I don't know, any challenges that probably when you first came in? Go with the freshman.
Yeah. So the transition, I guess, especially with COVID, going online to in person, it was definitely challenging. I guess a little pro to being a Top Scholar is just honors college in general is really good. And I remember the Saturday or Sunday before, one of the Top Scholars, they took us on like a tour of where all our classes are, so we wouldn't like get lost of where to go. And that's something like they do annually, just like here's where your classes are. So you're never really by yourself. There's always someone guiding you. And what else? Transitioning. It was definitely scary. It did take. Even now, I'm like, even though I'm 20 minutes away from home, I still go on the weekends. It's. I would say just the community is really, really nice. We all have like each other's phones, like our members, so like we have a group chat, and it's like, oh, does someone have their curly iron like today? Because our verse was curly iron. I like my growth, So definitely that support system really, really helps. I would say that definitely lessened the transition. I didn't feel like I had to move it. Thank you. Yes.
This might be also for Christy. So that first semester, a little bit for the scholars as well. That first semester is a big transition, and there's a lot of expectations. And how often, for instance, Christy, you or the other staff as well, get to see the students and kind of check in? And how did y'all deal with coming in that first semester and being like, oh my gosh, I don't know balance all this?
Let's go.
Well, we have meetings kind of every 1 hour before it goes so it's not over out, right? With Christy every month. That's a one-on-one. And we also have meetings every Thursday, kind of all as a group. So there's a lot of support that's consistent, and really during those one-on-one sessions is when you get into a lot of that. Christy can provide the most help and support. through that transition. I know it's really helpful.
And we also have peer coaches in the Honors College, and all of our students during their first semester are required to meet with a peer coach. Alana, is it 3 times or 2? I think it's 3 times. We also, like I require all of the scholars, well, I say I, but I don't just mean me, although I kind of made the rule. The students have to go see also their academic counselor in the Honors College that first semester before registration. So at a minimum, they're seeing me one-on-one once a month. Larger group scholar seminar once a week. Peer counselor 3 times a semester. Academic counselor once a semester. And usually their regular major academic advisor once a semester as well, at a minimum, because that kind of long-term planning is just really important that they get that. At least have a good idea, you know, on how it all works. Really, it's kind of becoming, I call it college knowledge, and just becoming savvy about the system. And, you know, that takes some time. And it also just takes somebody kind of sitting down and saying, hey, did you think about this? Not that the students, if they had thought about it, they probably could have figured it out, but they don't even know to think about it, right? They don't even know to think, oh, where am I going to put my study abroad? Or what kind of different options are there for an internship? Or, you know, if you want an internship, one of the most competitives in the summer, you apply in October. A freshman would have no reason to know that, right? So we kind of spend a lot of very intentional and intensive time making sure they know that. Kaylee? Kaylee's one of our seniors, by the way.
Hi, I'm Kaylee. I'm a senior. I study environmental science. I just also wanted to add in that we do have a lot of that structural, like, planning support for our transition, but Christy's not all business all the time. Like, sometimes I've had, like, I know in my first semester I had a lot of trouble. And so sometimes I'd say, you know, Christy, I need to spend more one-on-one, getting some emotional support, and we can plan a little bit maybe next week. So they're really there for you on the emotional side.
That's good. I want to make sure there's a safe space where they can just go, guys, I'm struggling. Everybody's gonna come around. This sounds like that's the environment.
Yeah, Christy is always in our corner. Like, she's always there to support us regardless of what's going on. She's there to help us with anything.
And sometimes it's with tougher love than the scholars want it to be. I'm not gonna mince that, right? Because there have been times that I've gotten, you know, I've taken those phone calls. This is too much. I can't believe you wanted X, Y, or Z. I'm like, look, you think your kid's going to Harvard Med. If they can't handle 2 exams in a single week and being at scholar seminar, you better think again, my friend. You're either going to rise to the top, and I'm going to push you and tell you what it's going to take to get you there, or we're going to reset some expectations. And that's hard, right? Developmentally, that's really hard. I say of the students often, you know, you're trying to figure it all out right now, right? Back when I went to college, I had never even chosen what was going to be on the TV in my house, right? Because we had a couple of TVs. I definitely didn't have one in my room, and it was not the kids in the house who got to decide what channel we were going to watch. So I was figuring everything out from, you know, what did I want to watch on TV to who was I going to be with in terms of, like, you know, the social folks I wanted to be around me, and then figuring all of that out, right? Well, who do they want to be around? Do they want to be a doctor or not? That's a lot to come crashing in all at one time. And we want to, you know, we want to help them through that in whatever ways we can. It just doesn't always look the way they might think. Margo.
I wanted to talk a little bit about how, you know, Christy's talking about how she's going to push us and really encourage us to do the most we can, but not to your breaking point. That's not what Christy wants. For me personally, I'm very involved this semester, maybe more than I should be. I have like 3 paid jobs right now. Maybe I should be doing that. But I'm having a lot of fun. I love all of them. But Christy's making it very clear to me that every one of our one-on-ones, how are you doing? Are you taking time for yourself to see your friends, to do what you like to do? Are you resting in between all these things that you have to maintain? And you should think about, it's okay to say no. You don't have to take on every single opportunity that comes to you. You should take on the ones that you want to take on, and you should also have enough room to breathe. So she's not the one, she would never grind us into the ground. That's not what she wants. She wants you to have a balanced, happy life, and that's how I feel like I have right now, full of stress. But, Christy's in my corner, and I know that if things do get too overwhelming, I can look for her support, and she's not going to shame me for dropping something that needs to be dropped just for my own balance and my mental health.
No, but I will trust to say, have you thought about this? Why are you gonna do this? What's the plan if you pivot X, Y, or Z? What is it that's driving you in that direction? And some students, like Margot, need to be told to slow down once in a while, and it's okay to take a moment for itself. Other students need to be told, listen up, bud. It's time to do some things you don't want to do. And so part of my job is to know which one falls where and when. Or try to know. You can't ever really know, to be honest with you.
Go to another question for the panelists. What has been the most surprising part of your experience at UTSA? Let's go with Abram.
I think for me, I came into UTSA, we don't want people to say much, but I never thought that I would do anything too hard like research, right? That was something that's missed from the possibilities, research, grad school, that kind of stuff. And when I got here, you take a top scholar program that's in New York, that I was able to get into a research lab with Professor Kenny. I'm looking at applying to grad school. That's stuff that I had never even thought that I would consider. So pleasant surprise.
Well, let's go to Sophie.
So going kind of off our previous conversation of kind of having a safe space on campus. So I am personally involved with the mental health team on campus. So we're basically just a student-run organization that helps promote mental health and ending the stigma around mental illnesses on campus and in our community. So I was just really surprised when I came to campus and I saw so many organizations and so many opportunities to explore my passions and outside of just the classroom that I was talking about earlier. So for example, I am in the law association, but I'm also in the mental health team. And it's just really amazing to see just how many opportunities we have outside of academics. And then also just to see how much of an emphasis there is on campus to promote and support mental health for everyone that's on campus. So that was really surprising and amazing to see.
Okay, so another question. How has being a top scholar impacted your time at UTSA? Let's go to Alana.
So I definitely felt imposter syndrome, and I know Nathan, I think, is going to talk about that in a little bit. I got here, I remember it had to be like the first week I was like crying, like, oh my god, like I don't know why I got into this program, like I don't feel like I belong. It's there's one point where all the seniors are just talking about everything they've done, and I'm like, oh my god, like this is nothing, because you're a freshman, you start out with basis of nothing. But now looking back, I got into the research lab, and part of that was because of Top Scholar. I'm in a lab where 2 upper top scholars won nationally recognized awards, and now Christy's pushing me a little bit hey, in the next one, step up, represent this lab really well, because I got into this really phenomenal lab because of other top scholars. Also, I know I got into the National Parks Program, Kaylee in the back, probably because of her amazing time there. Just with the doctors and the honors college, they know top scholars, and there's lots of opportunities for that.
I want to go to Nathan for this question as well.
Yes. Something surprising, I think, is all the things that I was able to accomplish outside of the classroom. I talked about research earlier and how I was able to get publications out. Another thing was being able to study abroad. I ended up studying abroad in New Zealand and Australia. Over there, I was able to talk and make a lot of connections. So at first, I wanted to be in the food industry, and so I was able to talk lead food scientists over in New Zealand and talk about how the world is changing. This is pre-pandemic, how the world is changing and kind of what like the lead scientists were doing to see how we could structure packaging to make food more appealing, being sold in like grocery stores and things like that. I also got my open water certification for scuba diving, so I'm now like highly scuba diving certified. So that's super surprising that I could do at UTSA. I'm through top scholar. Another thing was being able to attend conferences that had to do with my major. I think if I was like a regular student, I probably wouldn't think about attending conferences outside of Texas, just because of cost of traveling. But through top scholars, I was able to go to conferences in like Atlanta and Florida, both being funded through enrichment funding that helped get me to the conferences, let me talk to leading industries, professional industries, and it kind of shaped like where I wanted to go. So like when you asked if I changed my idea, at first I wanted to be in the food industry, but I took an internship up in Minnesota that also was through the help of Top Scholar, and I found out that through this internship, like I was not very happy working in the food industry as I thought I would be, and so I ended up going to conferences more about sports dietitians, and I found out that I really wanted to be in the sports field, and I really wanted to work with athletes and try to help them through dietetics, and so now I want to become more of a sports dietitian, and so being able to attend conferences all over the country has also showcased, and then finally I was able to play volleyball at a club level, and that's something I've never done in high school. I had always, like I played sports in high school, but I didn't think I would continue in college, but being able to like play a very high level competitive game really surprised me, and like I was able to also travel things. That's a funding that was provided all over the country, so I played in Colorado and Arizona against like schools like UCLA, UCSD, just in volleyball, and like being able to talk with just other college students at these events is like super surprising.
Yes.
We used to know that you mentioned that you studied abroad, right?
Yes.
So how does it work out? What I'm trying to say, let's say, we have academic theory, for example, you start in August and you can implement it. Now you don't know how it looks like. What does it begin with? There and then you move on, whatever you want to accomplish there,
Yeah, so speaking specifically to New Zealand, their school semester, because they're like below the equator, their school seasons are swapped. So I would start school in July and I ended in November. I went during my fall semester of sophomore year because I had talked with my academic advisor and how my nutrition program is set up. I need to be at UTSA starting my junior year. So I knew I had to get that study abroad in somewhere in my sophomore year, and it just so happened to fit perfectly in my fall semester. When I was looking for study abroad, I knew I had 2 classes that I had to take to fulfill my like undergraduate requirements, and so I looked for programs that offered those 2 classes specifically, like so that I knew I could like graduate still on time. So like for at least for me, it was kind of I know I need these 2 classes and I want to study abroad during this fall semester, so I started looking into a lot of the programs. UTSA offers like their own study abroad system. I went with third party just because the UTSA doesn't have a partnership with New Zealand schools that had the classes that I wanted. But I know UTSA also offers like partnerships. Like one of the seniors is in Urbino right now. He's studying abroad through UTSA, and so there was like a group of students that all went abroad as UTSA students to Urbino. But for me, it was a third party, and so I ended up going by myself over to New Zealand. Yeah.
And your advisor just helps you with all this.
Yes, and so like you would, for the process is like you tell your advisor, these are the coursework that I'm going to take over there. You submit it to your advisor, and then they say, okay, this is approved. You can take this one, and it will guarantee the transfer over. Or they'll say, hey, can you give me another like transcript or another like class requirement, and let's see if this one works instead. And so they let you know before you go abroad if the classes you're going to take are approved for your major, so you're not like randomly like throwing darts or guessing what's going to. No, I don't think it was really hard or complicated at all. I think UTSA made it a really smooth process. It really was like at least for coursework transferring over, it was like telling my study abroad university to send my transcript over here, and then my advisor took care of everything and related to like making sure all my credits were approved.
It's a process for sure, and it's a longer process than most students think, right? So if we can talk about this, she's going abroad this summer. It is a lengthy process, but the most important thing is there are people, multiple people, helping guide the students through that.
That's why y'all have these meetings, so many meetings, so many that are
Yes.
required, so
Yes.
that they can.
Where are you? I'm planning on going to Italy. If my program originally got changed a little bit, so now it's just Italy. So hopefully that stays.
Oh, mine's probably not gonna go through.
And Grace is planning, Grace is planning, yeah.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be going to Poland this summer for this program, talking about like security issues in Central Europe. You know, definitely a lot. They also gave me an internship with their terrorism research center, but I'm not gonna be.
But you know what? We're gonna adjust.
I'll stay with FBI again.
We're gonna adjust, and I guarantee you, when we meet for our March one-on-one, guess what's gonna be at the top of the list?
Yeah.
How do we pivot? Pivot.
I think Grace and I are considering Antarctica, so.
Yeah, we'll be right on. So
Yeah,
yeah, we'll go. So since they have
I'm
security.
gonna hold you to that.
Huh?
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Sorry, why did you tell me? Sorry.
She committed you.
I know. We just gotta find something. There's a consulate there I can find. Does anyone have any other questions?
So as top scholars, you'll also serve as sort of like ambassadors to your UTSA here. So how much time do y'all spend doing that? I mean, like right here, you're here now. So typically, how much of your time is dedicated to that?
To the program or just like
Just in general, that you find yourself, I mean, it's like you had all these photos, like different things that y'all have to do as this, in this role. Is that time consuming or is it just kind of?
I think it depends on the person. I'm personally not allowed, so I don't have that commitment. But I also have internships. One thing that Abraham and I are a part of is actually kind of going off the ambassador thing. We're on the President Student Advisory Council where we got to meet with senior administration, President Annie, and like listen to different ideas like going on in campus and help contribute to that decision. And Abraham wants to elaborate on that.
That was specifically 2 hours. So that's a big commitment, but yeah, like Chris said, it depends on the person.
It also depends on the time of the semester.
Yes.
Like, students have spent a long time helping get ready for this, but, you know, then it won't be as busy. I like to say probably 3 to 5 hours a week. And that's, you know, me being pretty generous,
I think that's fair.
not conservative. So in other words, erring on the side of the 1 hour scholar seminar commitment. They have to participate in our long-term service project, but that's once a month for 2 hours, right, at most. So.
Yeah, 3 to 5 I think is reasonable. Some people do more. I'm on the like top scholars like leadership panels. I think I'm the vice president equivalent, different title. So I might be doing a little bit more with top scholar, but it just kind of varies on the person and what charges are. I know, and how many of y'all are in a lab. Yeah, like that takes up a lot of people's time. It just really depends on what your interests are. Does that answer your question?
We still have weekends.
Yeah, we have weekends.
There's definitely.
How about this? It's easy to manage if you're like if Chrissy helps you find ways to stay organized. The organization tool that I use, one of the top scholar alumni showed me my freshman year, and now I'm kind of into it. There's different ways to get through. I don't know. There's different ways to organize that's manageable. You just have to understand how they work. I go through at the beginning of the semester and plug everything and all my stimuli into it. And then just fun to check them off as I go through. But Christy will help you do that. Older scholars will tell you their tips and tricks throughout the entire process. So it works out. Let's go. We've answered a lot of these like unintentionally. So that's why I'm like jumping around. Let's go to Nathan. What's the best part of your time here at UTSA?
I've done a lot here at UTSA that I don't think I would have done if it wasn't for this program. just through the support that we get and like the support we get, the funding we get, all plays a big part in like what I've done. I've mentioned a lot of things that I've already done. Studied abroad was one of the really big ones for me. I think finding out that I liked sports so much was super surprising because like growing up, I had no interest in working in that sports industry, but like learning that I want to work with athletes at a T1 university, working with growing programs and seeing how food can make or break an athlete in the long term is something that I'm super grateful for. And one thing that I've been able to do is coach now as well. So I'm a player for volleyball. I tore my ACL, and then I now coach the club team here on campus. And so being able to see different perspectives of what it takes to play at this high level has been something that I've really liked. I think it's
By the way, y'all, Nathan was early accepted into the joint program, so he's going right into a graduate degree in dietetics. And I'm going to brag on Abraham for just a moment as well. Abraham's graduating in 3 years. And Abraham, what are you doing after you graduate?
I have a job lined up with USA Real Estate, and they're paying for graduation.
Oh, also just to also brag on Abraham, he got a double major in 3 years. Like on top of all the top scholar stuff. And he had how many interviews?
Every summer, yeah.
Like, yeah.
What's the double?
Real estate and dealings accounting.
Yeah, like.
And accounting.
You know. That's, possible because of the support of top scholar, right? No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure on it.
Well, it's okay. It's okay, you're a freshman. Okay. Yeah, I kind of want to go with the question I did ask. Best part of time at UTSA. For me, it's just been the networking opportunities. I was able to start a student org within my sophomore year of UTSA that deals with global intelligence. We get speakers from across the intelligence community. I've had people from CIA, FBI, NSA, military, to come and talk about different topics. That's possible because of, the contacts I've been able to make through UTSA and also through Top Scholar have been really valuable in that pursuit. Because my career, networking is kind of the key. Yeah. So let's go to, we kind of talked about transitioning to college. Let's go to this last question. How has the Top Scholar program changed you? I saw Sophie's eye get fixed for starting with her.
Oh my gosh, okay. I feel like I've said this a couple times. Literally changed my major, literally changed my entire career path and life goals and plans. That was a really big change. There was actually, just thinking back, Katie there earlier, these were the people I was talking about, and I was able to talk to her and just be like, hey, you're studying environmental science, I'm interested in environmental science. So I was able to really just connect with my peers and learn from them, from their experiences, and that was really helpful and really changed my life, basically. So I've literally been changed, and it's been really fun. It's been really good to have a support from the Top Scholar program.
Because we're graduating senior, not the junior graduating as a senior.
I think it's given me a lot more confidence. Yeah, a lot more confidence as a student in being able to plan events. This coming March is National Nutrition Month, and a really big part of education and nutrition and teaching students you can eat healthy on a budget as a college student. And so for the first time in UTSA history, we are hosting a nutrition fair that I have been planning for over a semester and a half now with the Wellbeing Center to try to educate students. And this is like one of the biggest projects that I've worked on. And if you told me freshman year I was gonna create a UTSA event that's never been done, I would have been super scared and super shocked. But because of the support system that Top Scholar has and that we get, I was slowly able to build confidence. And like, as Alana said, like coming in as a freshman is really scary compared to the accolades that even the scholars that above me in my year had. I would be hearing things like Goldwater scholars or like high level achieving scholars, and it would make me feel scared. Like imposter syndrome, as you said, it made me feel scared and felt like I didn't belong in the program. I felt like a phony. And someone would call me out one day and be like, hey, you don't deserve to be a top scholar, and then I would get kicked out of the program. But the support system in Top Scholar, like being able to talk with those older scholars, being like I took so many steps to get to where I was today. Here are some ways that I helped myself. Like that gave me the confidence to be able to start planning things, taking more of a lead, in making like my dream a reality. Where I think like there is not enough education on nutrition to college students, and most college students think, oh, like I can eat whatever I want. But I felt that there needed to be a change, and so Top Scholar gave me that confidence to say, hey, let me plan an event. And now we have, I think, 15 or 16 organizations coming out onto campus and educating students for a whole.
I do want to go, I kind of want to hear our other senior in the room sing. See, her eyes got big. How has Top Scholar program changed you? Sorry, Kaylee.
I'm sorry, I wasn't heard that. Just a second. I would say definitely growing in 4 years with this program, confidence is a really good, especially because you get to come in as nothing, but they give you a badge and business cards and know that you're something. And so it really does give you a leg up amongst other students. Faculty know who you are just from that title. So it really does set you really far ahead in terms of professional growth. And it's something that I have definitely grown in my life. I could not have pictured myself speaking in any capacity, either to a room, to an auditorium, to another professional in the field. When I came in, it would bring me to tears, absolutely. But, like Christy said, she'll give you a little tough love, and so, she'll make you do it, and you will get better at it, and it'll be all for the better.
I thought I saw.
Wait, they'll get cards?
Yes.
They get cards. I mean, they get their badge, if they have no badge, they get just a card.
Yes.
Nah.
You carried it.
Of course they carry it.
The business student.
Why, 3 years.
I was in here, so I'm not that organized. We have 4 more minutes. Any other questions?
Good job.
Anything else from the scholars in the back too? They kind of just snuck in here. Oh wait, I see. Yeah.
Do they have opportunities of doing the research after the undergrad? I think during the undergrad, do they have opportunity of doing research in ITC?
Well, if they secure a research position, we've had a lot of our students go to Ivy League campuses in the summer. But it's just a matter of finding the right fit and then helping the students put that application together. We've had a lot of students do that. It varies by student. So I always say, we are not a placement service. We are a coaching and a finding opportunities type of program. So I would just say those opportunities are extensive. They are out there. Every year we have students doing things like that, but it definitely depends on the student. It definitely depends on the student. Yes.
And this program is only for the freshmen?
Correct. Yes, you have to start as a freshman and then you stay with us till you graduate.
Oh.
Yes, Alexis.
I just wanted to say something really quickly. Hi, I'm Alexis. I am a biology sophomore. And I wanted to say that, I'm currently in the pre-med track, and I had applied to many programs regarding that pre-med program. For example, Texas Tech, they have an UMC program where it's like, you don't have to take the MCAT, you're going straight to medical school. And yet I stand here and I chose specifically Top Scholar because I knew that Texas Tech, yes, I didn't have to take the MCAT, that'd be great, I would love that. But they provided no support my undergraduate year. And at being the oldest child in my family, I knew that it was important for me to have that advice and have that support system.
And that was through Top Scholar, where I was able to find that, like, you know, yes, I do want to become a doctor someday. I'd like to be in that pre-med track, but I do have other passions aside from that. For example, I decided to coach a volleyball team of Top Scholars this semester, which is so funny because we made it to the championship game and like barely anyone's not played volleyball. And it was funny because like we're equals, and then they're like, "Yes, coach, like we'll get on that coach team. How are you doing, coach?" I'm like, "Oh, guys, like I'm younger than you." But aside from volleyball, for example, I am doing research, which I never thought I'd be doing. I'm also really passionate about education, and I decided to become a TA for organic chemistry. Never thought I'd like organic chemistry, but it's much better than general chemistry. But I just wanted to kind of mention that for those students that are interested in that pre-med field, and you know there are those pre-med programs, there's that different aspect of Top Scholar, and that's kind of why I'm here today.
I also think that makes you more competitive
Yeah.
as a pre-med student. So we've consistently had students get into medical school every year. And they are consistently the students who are not just trying to check the blocks. They're the students who are genuinely intellectually curious. They are the students who have gone out, participated in alternative breaks, and done things outside of just that very traditional pre-med sort of thing. So, you know, I think our record of success is good, and it really does look different than just like one of those accelerated programs like Alexis said.
Yeah.
So we probably have time for just one more question. Any last burning question or any last burning thing that any of the scholars in the room? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just a general question. Once you let the students know that they've been awarded the scholarship, what is the timeline for their acceptance?
They usually have 2 weeks.
Okay.
Usually 2 weeks.
And how many kids?
We are able to offer 10 spots every year.
So say if that they don't want to accept, you like move on to?
We do. We work that wait list.
Okay.
But like I said, we also, you know, we really do pay a lot of attention to where students want to be.
Okay.
And so we want students who really want to be here, that want to be part of a program in a community like this. And occasionally we have students who don't. And you know, if we're not for them, they're going to be pretty unhappy. They really will be pretty unhappy because we expect the students to just be so involved around campus that, you know, if that's not your thing, then it's not going to work, you know? So once in a while, we run into that sort of thing, but not often, not often.
With Top Scholar, you get a community, you get a built-in family that you're with for 4 years. For me, that was something that I really wanted, and that's like I wanted that support. I wanted individualized attention throughout college because I mean I'm a twin, so I like being separate from her, but also still getting a lot of attention from someone that can help me on my career path. So I thought that was a really valuable experience, and I wouldn't trade being a part of this for anything.
And the other thing is it's a residential program. So coming out of COVID, I should have probably mentioned that. That is a very intentional thing on our part, and it is also a firm line for us, right? So we had some exceptions. We had students who went home, many students who went home at the height of the pandemic. But our intention is to be a fully engaged on-campus residential program. So if your student says, I want to live at home, I don't want to live on campus, then we're not the perfect for you. Right? If you say, I don't know if I want to have my roommates picked for me, well, then we're not the program for you. Right? And most of the time, the students look back and say, I can't imagine my college career not having person X or person Y being my best friend, and that's the person that was their roommate, right? And it's also common that the person they're living with is radically different than who they would have picked for themselves. But they're better on the other side. So we are a residential, fully on campus, fully engaged. Okay, I think it's time for dinner. Oh, one more?
Wait, it's changed to every building.
I'm sorry,
It depends on
Maybe teacher, same rebate every year.
oh, it depends.
It depends, yeah, it just kind of depends on where you're gonna be. You're gonna be in Guadalupe Hall for your freshman year, so that's gonna be, you're gonna have a roommate with you. And then after that, you're gonna move to Laurel Village, and that's a 2 thing.
Yeah, and we try to mix up the cohorts a little bit, you know, and we've got situations sometimes where like someone's going abroad or someone graduates early or someone's going to DC. And so we kind of have to do that mix. But the older students in particular get a lot of say in who their roommate's going to be. At the beginning, not so much. But the other thing is, even if you're not in the same unit as someone, they are right there. I mean, right there. Right? Yeah, like next door. They're all in the same building. All right, I think it's time for dinner. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
This has been amazing. I'm like, oh,
I just said, yeah, I know I was very, I just know with I would do a bunch of times on my, it's not social media. She gets it.
so it can be any university as long as so like I did this thing that had a mix, but like they don't like our school there, she didn't have a budget. We just have to make sure that the transcript makes it over. I made sure I emailed them asking for
The students make it. I mean, Yes, sir.
I was in South Korea or like Australia, like one of the top scholars, like all the rest not available for the classes, like it's not around and there's something too. How do you keep track? I'm sure you have, I guess you have day job as well. In addition to this one-on-ones and things like this, am I right that your day job plus this extra?
kind of. I mean, my job is specific on the certain but I don't like, I don't know what to do.
So they overwork this and like, you know, like, you know, who are they, what are they doing, you know, that's each and every looks like that, you know,
Somehow, there might be a union there.
Where the hell's the computer?
Is the laptop? No, I don't think that's it. There's a big camera. I don't think that laptop's what we're going for though.
I can see you.